Hello, 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 hello. It is me. I am the person. I am here. How's it going, you Sani? You doing something? You doing something? I'm doing something massive today. What are you doing today? That's so massive, if I may ask. Do you know the song "Meet the Grahams" by Kendrick Lamar? I do not, in fact, know that song. I'm not a big music guy. Like I don't know most music. You could ask me about pretty much any song outside of Guardians of the Galaxy, and I'd be like, what? What song? Anyway, let me switch to gaming. We're doing more reading today. Me when the yes, exactly. Yesterday, was it yesterday? It feels like longer than yesterday, but it probably was yesterday. I stayed up pretty late yesterday, so it might just be that. We got through the two first chapters. The children, which were about the Foundation turning 9 children into a weapon to destroy anything they wanted, and the Broken God, which was about the cult, well, the Church of the Broken God, but they're pretty much a cult. Making a world destroying machine by accident and almost getting the world destroyed before the world destroyer of all things came in and saved the day. So now we have Atonement and The Way It Ends left. It's a diss track from Kendrick to Drake. Listen to it real quick when you can. Oh, okay, I have no real... but like, I'm gonna put the ending of that song to an edit about an 11-year-old. You know, I'm not big on the music thing, especially diss tracks. I never really understood them. Like, you want to fight, you want to have an argument, do it like the rest of us and go into a Call of Duty lobby or something. I don't know. Anyway, part 3, Atonement. Well, we already have a picture. This one is completely different. Even the menu on the left is... I can't even close the menu on the left. Huh. Anyway, I'm going to... Wait. I got an itchy back. Different theme. I know, they all seem to have different themes. Anyway, let's just start. Item 001, as per usual, level 5, top secret. Containment class, Kita. Finally, a normal class. A normal standard class. I mean, the first one, I believe, had Fermiel, and that's technically a normal standard class. But, you know, it's not a lot of SCPs that get that one. Disruption class, Amidia. Risk class, critical. So it's dangerous. It's very dangerous, as far as I can gather. Well, that's been a running theme throughout this Ouroboros cycle thing. They've all been very dangerous things that could potentially end the world. I don't know why I say they all. Like, I've got a ton of Ouroboros cycle things. We've only gone through 2 chapters. The 2 things we've read so far have been able to potentially end the world. Anyway, SCP-001 as viewed through infrared camera. Cool. It's just like a guy floating. Well, more like the outline of a guy floating. It doesn't like everything is just dark, and then there's just like kind of the outline. Anyway, archival specifications. This data file being designated SCP-001 will actually, there we go. Let me start from the beginning. I forgot to record. Item 001, level 5, top secret. Containment class, Keter. Disruptions class, Amida. Risk class, critical. SCP-001 as viewed through infrared camera. And again, here's the photo. That's it. That's SCP-001 apparently. Archival specifications. This data file being designated SCP-001 will exist separately from the decoy SCP-001 archive on the primary Foundation database and will be accessible only by closed units at Area 11 or Site-01. No other instances of this file may exist. This data file is designed to corrupt any systems on which it exists that do not carry the encryption markers of either of those two systems. So far it seems, this also seems to be something we've seen throughout the Ouroboros cycle. Like, they've all been on like pretty big like lockdown, like not a lot of people may know of their existence. Special containment procedures. SCP-001 is currently contained within the Paitwaikau Fontaine. Special containment procedure. SCP-001 is currently contained within the Paitwaikau Fontaine Spatial Stabilization Array located on the 6th basement level of Armed Dimensional Containment Area 11 near Kuhns, Norway. Hey, I'm near Norway. I'm in Denmark. That's Scandinavia. It is within Scandinavia. Should I be afraid? SCP-001's containment chamber must be kept at a temperature no greater than 3.2000 A. Or is it 3.2? Oh, 3.2 Kelvin. They meant the big capitalized A afterwards threw me off. A full contingent of research staff as well as four applied task forces are to be stationed at ADCA 11. Currently, those assigned task forces are ATF Indianapolis-13, Killboys, ATF Detroit 11, Blessed Rain, ATF Atlanta 9, Sherman's March, ATF Nevada 3, Firestarters. My voice almost just broke. For no reason. Also, that is a very low temperature, by the way. Just gonna point that out. 3.2 Kelvin. Extremely low. In addition to the standard construction of the Paitwaikau Fontaine Array, so is that even a word? You can't convince me that's a word. Cow. Now. Watch as I just cannot spells this. That's not a word. It's not a word. It doesn't exist. Paitwaikau Fontaine Array. Several significant modifications have been made since the discovery of SCP-001. the addition of 3 additional IaCNOP class liquid fluoride thorium reactors to balance additional energy loads. Okay. 9 class 6 magnesium alloy suspension rings to maintain structural integrity of the array. 16 Scranton Kempf harmonic dampeners to control excessive energy output. So there's a lot of output from energy, it seems. 3 polycot deflectors. 3 polycot deflector dishes to control excessive energy output. They really want to control that excessive energy output. 8 Weldon Stanley fused energy sinks to control excessive energy output. Again, to control the construction of a deep well borehole to vent and control excessive energy output. 1 autonomously intelligent response vector to manage complex temporal spatial calculations. Okay, well, finally to manage something else. Other than excessive energy output. Okay, that footnote doesn't give a lot more info about that. But deep well 9. Deep well 9. Okay. Nothing else. Should destabilization event occur, the 40 days protocol is to be implemented. The acting site administrator will initiate a full evacuation of the facility, which will begin a 40-minute countdown. Well, that's not 40 days, that's only 40 minutes. T minus 40 minutes. Evacuation order is given. T minus 33 minutes. After a 7-minute evacuation window, sluice gates that run into the nearby river will open, flooding the lower portions of the facility. T minus 31 minutes, so just 2 minutes after this. Charges situated around the test chamber will fire after 9 minutes, collapsing the test chamber and basement level into the deep well borehole. I don't even know what a deep well borehole is, but something to vent. So I'm guessing it's some sort of like vent to the outside, maybe, to have cold air flow in. Hot air flow out. Deep well borehole. T minus 21 minutes, so 10 minutes later. Additional charges set across the entire site will fire, collapsing the entire structure into the borehole. Okay, so the entire site is built on top of the borehole? Well, not... because the borehole was added later, so the borehole was made just directly under the site. Kind of confusing, but that seems like what it's implying. T minus 6 minutes, so a lot of minutes later. That's 10 5 no, not 5 minutes, 15 minutes after this. Charges set in the mountainside will fire, causing a landslide that will... T minus 6 minutes. Charges set in the mountainside will fire, causing a landslide that will fill and cap the deep well before being sealed by a set of locking steel plates designed to extend out over the of full width of the borehole. They really want to make sure that this borehole is filled in. This hole cannot be a hole anymore. T-0 minutes. The on-site nuclear device located at the base of the borehole will fire, destroying SCP-001. In the event that the 40 days protocol does not prove sufficient to destroy the anomaly, all designated Foundation overseers, regional administrators, directors, and executives are to report to Overwatch Command Site-01 and await implementation of the SCP protocol. Armed Dimensional Containment Area 11, Deep Well 9. Looks funky. Again, I want to add, it's kind of weird that they say there's T-40 minutes to evacuate when really you only got you only got a good 9 minutes. No, not 9 minutes. You only got a good 7 minutes to actually get out of the building before they start completely destroying it. But I guess it's more evacuate the area before the nuke detonates. Oh, we got a picture of a guy here. Activation of the SCP protocol constitutes the beginning of a CXK class dark body end of all worlds scenario. Whoa, that's a new one. All Foundation staff members will be alerted to the beginning of this protocol, which signals the immediate dissolution of the SCP Foundation and termination of all staff contracts. Due to the nature of a CXK class scenario, no additional information will be provided past the initial notice. For more information of the SCP protocol, see Addendum 001.6. We'll see that. That's also a theme. Addendum 001 and then point something. We saw that a lot in the Broken Church of the Broken God chapter. Also, I feel like we've seen something like this before in another SCP-001. I can't remember which one it was, but one where they were like, it was some sort of device, and basically they accidentally released something that was like corrupting all worlds. Whatever. Updated containment memorandum. This file has been classified level 5, overseer's eyes only. All personnel remaining at Area 11 have been reassigned and amnesticized. All applied task forces have been reassigned and amnesticized. Management of containment will be handled solely by the NetSac system under overseer supervision. Identification and implementation of the 40 days protocol will be carried out solely by the NetSac system. No other personnel are authorized to view this file. My dog just came into the room. Where did you? There you are. You are wet from being outside. It has been raining all day, so the dog is just wet. Where did I get to? And the overseas identification implementation will be carried out solely by the NetSec system. No other personnel are authorized to view this file. I think I got to there. Description. SCP-001 is a humanoid gravitational singularity currently contained within the Area 11 Pi True Cow Fontaine Array. SCP-001 is immeasurably dense only by mitigating its effects on space-time through the use of quantum Kempf devices. Are Foundation personnel able to maintain the structural integrity of the spatial stabilization array? SCP-001 is not visible without specialized equipment, usually high-contrast infrared cameras, as it is constantly surrounded by a dense cloud of radioactive gas and atomized debris. Additionally, being a singularity, SCP-001 does not reflect light and is visible only by the obfuscation of light around it. File photo of Dr. Calvin Desmet, circa 1974. Who was that again? Who was Dr. Calvin? Have we heard about this guy yet? Oh, that's the wrong button. No, we have not. We'll hear about him later, though, it seems. SCP-001 is capable of manipulating the nature of reality through alterations in gravity that change the shape and structure of space-time. Whoa. As such, its anomalous capabilities cannot be dampened by anything other than the Pi Tricao Fontaine Array. The technologies such as reality anchors are ineffective. Okay. Any alterations to space-time made by SCP-001 are irreversible. So it's dangerous. It is world-destroying dangerous. Addendum 001.1 Initial Manifestation. On June 19th, 1982, a team of Foundation researchers headed up by Dr. Lamar Fontaine, including notable Foundation research Dr. Isha Herman, Dr. William Bell, Dr. Simon Pietrukau. Oh, so it's named after one of the researchers. I see. Dr. Ernest Duke, Dr. Tilda Moose, Dr. Gina Lansby, and Dr. Carter Lament. None of them are Dr. Calvin Desmet, though. Yet. Fontaine, by Dr. Lamar Fontaine, were in the process of running engineering trials on the Pietrukau Fontaine Spatial Stabilization Array, a device intended for use in containing anomalies that manipulate the nature of space-time, specifically those that warp space-time due to their immense or fluctuating density. During these trials, a particle accelerator was used to create super heavy organism, which would in turn collapse on itself to create a miniaturized singularity. This procedure had been carried out on several other occasions, with each of the singularities destabilizing quickly after manifesting. The June 19th trial was intended as a scale-up test of the procedure. Oh, you can see how this might go wrong. Area 11 Pietre Fontaine Spatial Stabilization. Ooh, looks fancy. 2 sec. Let me get a larger open image, new tab. And there's something here on the edge of the photo. What does it say? It says something. It's a date, I think. It looks kind of like a date. It's definitely something. It's some sort of text. I'll be honest, I can't make out what that says. Anyway, shortly after 2030 hours local time, which is, let me think, that would be 8:30 p.m. Shortly after 8:30 p.m. local time, as the particle accelerator was in the process of spooling up, Dr. Calvin Desmet, this guy, that's the first other mention of him. Dr. Calvin Desmet, one of the project's research assistants, noted minor power fluctuations in one arm of the array's stabilizing rings. That seems like a bad time. It seems like, maybe we should try and fix that. Don't proceed with the procedure when something is not stable. Dr. Desmet wanted to replace the failing coupling, which was known to decay under the cold temperatures of the testing chamber. Well, you want to do it while the machine is live? That seems incredibly stupid. I'm sorry, Dr. Desmet, but that at that point it might be a better idea to just proceed with the test. Like, I thought you were gonna be reasonable and be like, hey, maybe we should stop the thing and check this out. But instead, it seems like you're just like, oh, let me go and replace it while the thing is active. Which was known to decay on. Wanted to replace the failing coupling, which was known to decay under the cold temperatures of the testing chamber. Oh yeah, wasn't it like 3.4 Kelvin or something? Since the test was still an hour away and the chamber was not sealed, Dr. Desmet entered to repair the coupling. Again, the machine is still like spooling up. It's still active. The test may not be in it might not be going on right now. Like you aren't in testing period yet, but it's being fired up. Spooling up, Dr. Kerr. So I was correct. He's gonna go operate on the machine while it's active, which is stupendous on so many levels. Again, what is it with the foundation researchers and doing dumb stuff? Aren't you supposed to be the best of the best? Since it says for and insert to repair the coupling. As the accelerator continued to spool, a power regulator attached to the system's primary generator began to fail. The reason for this is still unknown. Probably just random. Things like this happen. Under non-test conditions, this event could still flood the chamber with ionizing radiation, so an evacuation order was given and the chamber was sealed. Dr. Desmet, not hearing the alert over the sound of the array coming online due to the excess power now present in the system, continued to work on the coupling. Again, stupid, dumb. Roughly 7 minutes later, while outside research staff were attempting to begin a power down cycle, the power regulator failed entirely and the accelerator began powering to near test conditions. Dr. Desmet abandoned the power coupling and attempted to escape the test chamber. Good idea. Good idea. When you hear the big fancy machine that can make singularity start powering up quicker and quicker, you get out of there. You get out of there. Good on you, Dr. Desmet. Finally doing something not stupid. Abandoned power coupling and attempted to escape the test chamber. Before he could make it to an emergency exit, the accelerator reached peak test conditions and a singularity formed. The array pulled the singularity into alignment, but only milliseconds before the damaged stabilizer failed and Dr. Desmet was exposed to the naked singularity. The test chamber collapsed into the singularity, as did much of the rest of the research wing and Dr. Desmet himself. Shortly afterwards, the singularity dissipated. While the power before he could make the accelerator, the array pulled. So it pulled it into alignment, but only a few milliseconds before the damaged stabilizer failed. Okay. Area 11, in the wake of the June 19th, 1982 catastrophe. Well, it's a miracle no one else died. In the wake of the June 19th incident, many administrative personnel at Area 11 were reassigned, while engineering staff and Foundation construction teams worked to repair the damaged portions of the facility, which was at the time still housing several other anomalies. This effort continued for several years, during which time significant control portions of the stabilization array were removed and replaced with autonomous systems. First autonomous system, Vitus, was installed in November of 1989. Okay, so that's 7 years later. In order to reduce staffing and also limit exposure, the engineering team assigned to the stabilizer began running tests of its capabilities starting in March of 1995, which is more than 10 years later. 13 years later, actually, I think. Well, almost 13 years later. Still a few March isn't quite June, but now I see why they added all that other stuff later. Over the next several years, the teams at Area 11 ran minor tests of this stabilizer, typically in an attempt to reduce energy requirements and increase automation. By 2002, the system was almost entirely automated, requiring only a handful of support staff to operate. The array began containing minor gravitational anomalies starting in 2004 and continued to do so full time up until 2005. In late 2005, staff members at Area 11 began trials that would lead towards testing the stabilizer on a freestanding singularity. Well, this should have been the first warning sign, the weird gravitational anomalies. In early 2006, aided by the NetSec intelligence system, which we've seen NetSec, the next generation NetSec, a next generation artificial artificially intelligent system manufactured by the Foundation's Advanced Rosenworks labs is a complex, creative machine built to handle not only the specific high-level mathematical challenges involved in the stabilization array, but also address any potential unknown complications involved in this process. Unlike previous Foundation artificial intelligences, NetSec cannot communicate casually as it does not have a functional personality complex. In early 2006, aided by the NetSec intelligence system, on-site engineers began scaling up their trials into fully operational experiments. After several months of testing, in May of 2006, the engineers at Area 11 manifested a singularity within the array at full power and maintained the structural integrity of both the singularity and the containment chamber. However, after 2 hours of testing with a fully stable singularity, the space within the array began to change dramatically. The singularity began to rapidly grow in size, threatening to expand past the boundaries of the array. As the automated system initiated an evacuation warning, NetSec began making adjustments to account for the significant increase in energy being exerted by the singularity. Eventually, the growth rate of the singularity stalled, and the effects it had on the containment chamber were mitigated through alterations to the array's arrangement by NetSec. It was at this point that the thick cloud of rotating radioactive gas and dust formed, obscuring the singularity within. As Foundation engineers began work to reinforce the damaged array, SCP-001 made its first attempt at communication with Foundation staff. This initial communication attempt consisted primarily of unintelligible noise initially became all sentences and then later conversations after Foundation personnel discovered that the singularity within the gas cloud was humanoid in shape and though unmoving, clearly attempting to speak to them. Now, Addendum 001.2 First Contact. First contact between SCP-001 and the Foundation was conducted by Dr. J. Barton Ramsey, Site-17, at SCP-001's containment array beneath Area 11. Notably, SCP-001 does not appear capable of communicating naturally. Its incredible density makes the projection of sound impossible. Instead, SCP-001 uses gravity to vibrate the suspension rings of the array in order to create sound. Currently, this is believed to be the outer limit of SCP-001's influence, as the rest of its abilities are mitigated and contained by the stabilization array. Okay. Begin audio log. Ramsey muffled voice. Just the microphone. Can it hear? Just the microphone. Can it hear me? Dr. Ramsey. Wait, what was that? Can you hear that? Listen. Metallic ringing. SCP-001. Metallic ringing. Johannes Rams. See? Dr. Ramsey, you know my name? Just a microphone. Can you hear me? You know my name? SCP-001. Pauses. Yes. Johannes Barton Ramsey. You are a doctor. The SCP Foundation. Containment. Is he being contained? Pauses. He can't see. He's the array. This is the Pi Tricow Fountain. He knows this place. Yes. Is it referring to itself as he? Is he like? Is it going full Gollum? Just a sec. Let me open this. Dr. Ramsey, have you been here before? SCP-001. No, he. There's no I. Only he. Someone else. A man. I think I was him. Or he. He is me. He was here once, and then he wasn't. Dr. Ramsey, murmuring of my... Jesus Christ, is that Desmond? SCP-001. Who? Yes, Desmond. Calvin. His name was Calvin. Dr. Ramsey muffled discussion away from microphone with continuous. Unfortunately, there is no way for us to SCP-001. This machine, the deactivated. There's something he needs to do. He needs to this machine, the deactivated. There's something he needs to do. He needs to see. Dr. Ramsey, what are you? SCP-001. A way to distinguish between two like things. Pauses. He needs an overseer. Overseers. All of them. Bring them here. Dr. Ramsey, that's against protocol and SCP-001. No, they will come for this. He has something to offer them. Dr. Ramsey, what's that? SCP-001. A way out. End audio log. Addendum 001.3. The way out. The following is the full log of 05-1's interaction with SCP-001. Begin audio log. 05-1. To whom am I speaking with? To whom am I speaking? SCP-001. A technicality, I'm afraid. It took time to appear like this, and longer to manifest an identity. It almost seems unnecessary, but to simplify this means of communication, you may identify me as Calvin Desmet. That seems strange. Applying characteristics to something wholly apart from their genesis. One. The same Calvin Desmet who was killed in this room 22 years ago? SCP-001. No, not the same. Similar in many ways, but changed. 05-1. You understand then how far in breach of protocol we are? SCP-001. Yes, I think you would recognize that. But these are extraordinary circumstances. 05-1. You mentioned a way out. SCP-001. Yes, in a manner of speaking. 05-1. A way out of what? SCP-001. You contain the strange and anomalous because they threaten your world, but you are applying salve to symptoms. The root is entropy, something inevitable, something you cannot outrun, try as you might. Existence is an infinitely complex tapestry of realities, each neatly aligned above and below each other. Entropy frays the edges, and things begin to leak through. 05-1. How do you know this? SCP-001. I have seen it. Calvin Desmond saw it, in the moment before his soul was cast into darkness. Everything you have contained because you cannot explain it comes from somewhere else. Somewhere where it can't be explained. A different reality, one that seeps into yours. Entropy exacerbates this. Over time, the borders will disappear entirely, and your world, just like all worlds, will become a pandemonium of infinite realities competing for relevance over each other. Your world will die. All worlds will. They will feast on each other as they suffocate, and then they will die. This is not a hypothetical. It is inevitability. It is inevitability. 05-1. You are certain. SCP-001. Beyond any doubt. 05-1. How long do we have before this occurs? SCP-001. Decades. Each tiny tear puts pressure on the whole system. They will continue to grow until the boundaries give way, and the moment the cascade begins, the fate of creation is decided. It will be unmade, and it cannot be undone. Not for you, perhaps, but your children and grandchildren will see a sky of nightmares before they die. 05-1. What is your way out? SCP-001. Calvin did the math in the moments before he entered the void. Order cannot exist forever in a universe that lingers on disorder. One line can stretch on forever, but infinitely many lives invites chaos. Points that intersect. There's only one way to ensure this world's future. Remove all other worlds. Oh, not infinitely many lines, but infinitely many. Not infinitely many lives, but infinitely many lines. I see. Order cannot exist for them. Wait, what is entropy again? I feel like I've heard that word before, but I cannot remember it. Death. A thermodynamic quantity representing the unavailability of a system's thermal energy for conversion into mechanical work, often interpreted as the degree of disorder of randomness in the system. Lack of order, predictability, gradual decline into disorder. I'm guessing they mean this definition. A lack of order, predictability, gradual decline into this. Oh, 5-1. I don't understand. SCP-001. You are not expected to, because you cannot see the narratives. Calvin could see them. For a moment, Calvin saw doomsday, and Calvin reasoned a way out of it. Remove all narratives but this one, and you produce a creation of one. one universe untarnished by the influences of others, safe, your loved ones protected from the encroaching darkness, your children free to live lives that do not end in horror, an end to your perpetual struggle, an end to darkness, the freedom to live in the light. Oh, foundation motto reference. We die, we die in the dark so you can live in the light. 05-1. By destroying all other realities and incomprehensible laws of life. SCP-001. Yes. 05-1. And you are capable of this. SCP-001. Yes. SCP, not SCP, 05-1. How? SCP-001. By removing the barriers for all realities, all at once, save this one. Compress space-time at the points where it's most vulnerable and allow entropy to do the rest. This one, compress space-time. 05-1. If you are set on this path, why haven't you already done it? SCP-001. When I manifested here, this machine, I cannot see outside of it. I cannot see you. You must deactivate the machine. 05-1. What is stopping any one of these infinite realities from inhibiting you in the same way? What is stopping them from realizing what we've done and coming to destroy us? SCP-001. They will not realize what I have done until it is finished. End log. Shortly after the conclusion of this conversation, all staff members located at Area 11 were ordered to report to nearby sites for reassignment and amnesticization. Addendum 001.4. Deliberations. And it's all 05s. 05-1. The Council has been called to hear arguments for and against the use of SCP-001 for the purpose of staving off the end of the world. 05-3, if you will. 05-3. After the investigation by several teams working independent of each other, we have determined that SCP-001 appears to be correct about what it has said regarding the nature of creation. The trend line of anomalies we are aware of and have contained has followed the accelerated progression that SCP-001 predicted. Based on our models, we should expect an uncontainable number of new anomalies within 30 years, and even more past that. Our best guess is that something big gets loosed within 45. And at that point, there's nothing left to be done. 05-7. How is that possible? How is it that the universe could fall apart as quickly as this entity says it will? 05-1. According to Desmet, actions taken in other realities to stave off the end of their worlds have significantly damaged the metaphysical construction of all other universes. In many ways, we are as much to blame as all of the others, but infinite blame spread over infinite responsibilities. 05-6. Given a truly infinite multiverse, the idea of salvation coming to us and not another universe is statistically impossible. 05-3. Yes, yet no less impossible that it would come to any of them instead of us. 05-11. I can't even remember which voices I do for each of them anymore. How do we know this entity isn't lying to us? 05-3. If it is, then it has an incredible grasp on high-level pataphysical concepts for something that hasn't directly experienced what it claims to have experienced. 05-1. More than that, I took the liberty of consulting with a number of the precognitives and 05-9. That is forbidden. 05-12. Wouldn't you want to know? Wouldn't you want to know? 05-9. We made a decision that cannot so easily be 05-1. We confirmed as well as we could that there is no point in time that is arriving soon that obscures their vision. They can see up to it, but not past. I don't even know if they realize it yet. It was only after we drew data from dozens of tests that we realized none of them have made a prediction past 2066. 05-6. What if it's just a reality bender? What if we let it out of that array and it kills us all? 05-1. If it is a reality bender, it would have done so already. The entity isn't manipulating humans, it's manipulating gravity, space-time. If it was affecting humans, it could have just reached out and crushed us already. The stabilization array mitigates the effects of things that disturb space-time, which is what it is currently keeping it at bay. This entity, Dr. Desmond, if he's actually in there, doesn't seem to be a type green. It's something wholly different. It's become something fundamental to the nature of all things. 05-2. If this creature is what it says it is, and it can do whatever it says it can do, that would mean the deaths of infinitely many lives. How can we sit in judgment over so many living things? 05-4. Who to say the idea of other universes isn't anomalous? Maybe there should be this one. Maybe that's the natural one. 05-9. That is absurd. 05-2. It still means the ends of so many lives. It's too many to even comprehend. A number without limit. 05-1. A number without us. Silence. 05-3. We pledged ourselves to maintain normalcy and protect our world. This world. The affairs of other worlds are their own. We would expect any other overseer council to act the same way in the interest of their universe. All of this, the science, the militarism, everything. All of it is to accomplish a single unreachable goal. Keep the monsters tucked out of sight. Now we find out even that might not be enough. That the end of days is coming for us anyway. But we're given an option. If we do nothing, every universe dies screaming. If we take this action, every universe dies screaming but ours. Once it's over, it's over. Everything we've struggled for, everyone who has died to protect our world will be validated. Is the end of our world not worth this? Is protecting ourselves from the doomsday to come not worth this? 05-1. I propose a vote. The utilization of the SCP-001 entity to stave off the end of the world. All in favor? 05-3, 4, 12, 1, 11, 10, 5, 6, A. 05-1. Those opposed? 05-9, 2, 7, and 8. Nay. 05-1. 05-13. Abstains. The measure passes. 05-9. Even if we manage to somehow survive turning loose an unpredictable monster. Remember today as being the day we gave up on mission. We secure and we contain. Those two come first. We've now risked everything for the faintest glimmer of hope that we somehow achieve the last, and I fear it will have damned us. Process. Why do you trust it, Bram Mimond? After all we've achieved, why do you risk everything on this? Oh, 05 this one. I knew Calvin Desmond years ago, in a different life. He wasn't recruited by the Foundation, he volunteered. He was part of a team contracted by the insurgency to run trials on new technologies they were developing at the time. But he had a young daughter that was killed by SCP-106 when it breached containment during the transit in 1975, years before we had developed functional containment procedures for it. And after that, he sought us out. He never said much about it, but you could tell. If that's him in there, and he had found a way to remove every trace of the anomalous from our universe, no matter the cost, he would do it. I know he would do it. I can hear it in his voice. Addendum 001.5. The Deception. Just my dog. On January 11th, 2000. Actually, wait, I want to count something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 8 against 4. Yeah, that's pretty big win. On January 11th, 2007, after further discussion with SCP-001 and additional independent research, the Overseer Council voted 8-4-1 to initiate a power down of the spatial stabilization array and allow SCP-001 to take the action it had described. And it was 8-4-1 because it's 05-13 is just a tiebreaker. So, if there's a tie, then he gets to vote. Otherwise, he just abstains. Let's say had described. 3 overseers, 05-1, 05-4, and 05-12 were in attendance. As a sign of good faith, an anomalous artifact, SCP-884, that has been mentioned before, actually. It was mentioned in what is it called? It was mentioned in the Church of the Broken God, I think. I don't remember if it was mentioned in the children. The chapter with the children was selected, and SCP-001 was directed to target the reality in which the artifact had originated. 05-3 oversaw the artifact during the process. 05-3 oversaw the artifact during this process. SCPs. I want to see what was this one again? Do I recognize this one? Is a men's shaving made of weird. I could have sworn it was mentioned in the Church of the Broken God thing too, but I'm unsure, actually. Now, artifact was doing begin video log. This is where I got to, right? Yeah. Begin video log. 05-1, 4, and 12 stand alone in the stabilization array's control center. Visible on another screen is the dark cloud of gas and dust encircling SCP-001. 05-4 has a telephone in their right hand. They nod to 05-1. 05-1. We're going to begin to step down the power running into the array. When we reach the agreed upon point, we'll hold it there until you can prove to us you can do what you claim. Do you understand? SCP-001. I do. 05-1 initiates step-down procedure. NetSac cycles down reactors 2 and 3. The cloud of radioactive dust and debris encircling SCP-001 falls into the borehole below it, visible now as the light from the array is warped around its jet black humanoid entity. The entity does not move. 05-1. This is it. This is it. Can you see me? SCP-001. I can see everything. 05-1. Do you know what you're looking for? SCP-001. The mirror. 05-1. Do it. SCP-001 does not seem to respond initially. Its position in the center of the ray does not change. SCP-001. The world I see is not unlike your own. In that world, a dying soul attached itself to that mirror, a curse to whoever should own it. It has happened. There's a moment of silence until 05-3 is heard over the radio. 05-3. God. Is God. 05-1. What is it? 05-3. It's gone. It was sitting right here on the table, and it's like it's folded in on itself. It's like it folded in on itself until it was gone. There's nothing left. 05-1. Was that you? SCP-001. That narrative has ended. 05-1. How long will it take? SCP-001. Moments. 05-1. Will it hurt them? SCP-001. It will be agony. Waffles. What do you mean waffles? Wiki, you can't just come in and say waffles. We're witnessing the end of pretty much every universe out there except this one. And all you have to say is waffles? SCP-001. It will be agony. 05-1. Pauses, then nods. The space around SCP-001 within the array begins to shimmer. Low, loud pulses of noise are emitted from the air around them, and the light within the chamber begins to bend in towards SCP-001. The array creaks and groans under the stress. 05-4 and 05-12 steps and 05-12 step away from the observation window. 05-1 does not move. The building around them begins to shake. Points in the air around SCP-001 begin to distort, as if being dragged down individually towards SCP-001. The room darkens. More low pulses begin to rise up out of the borehole. A single thin ring of white hot debris begins to form around SCP-001. Others join it. Nearby, a klaxon can be heard as NetSac warns of intolerable load on the array. 05. Yes, one. Does it hurt you? SCP-001. It is excruciating. It is. Wait, no. Why did I give it the weird French voice? It is excruciating. Suddenly, 05-1 jerks backwards. The space around his body begins to distort, as if being pulled in towards the center. He reaches forwards towards the observation window, his body compressing unnaturally. 05-1. I don't SCP-0... Yeah, waffles can be great answer to end of... Yeah, no it can't. I don't. SCP-001 in 05-1's voice. If that is him in there, and he had found a way to remove every trace of the anomalous from our universe, no matter the cost, he would do it. 05 to... But just VA? But how am I supposed to pronounce that? What? Ba. SCP-001 in its own voice. Your children free to live lives that do not end in horror, an end to your perpetual struggles, an end to darkness. The freedom to live in the light. All traces must be removed. In 05-1's voice. Every trace of the anomalous from our universe. In its own voice. This world must be washed clean. It is the only way out. 05-1. Sorry, there's no other way of doing that. 05-1 collapses in on himself, folding and distorting down into a single point that hangs in the air for a moment, and then disappears. All around the chamber, the walls begin to bend and distort. The air shimmers. 05-4 is lifted into the air, screaming as her body begins to fold in on itself. Her eyes bulge and her bones audibly shatter. Another wave of force is emitted from within the stabilization array, and the observation windows shatter. SCP-001 turns to look up at 05-4, who instantly crumbles into a single point and then disappears. 05-12 stands to flee, but is seemingly frozen in fear. There's a loud grinding noise. There's a loud grinding sound, and then 05-12 falls to the ground. From within the containment chamber, a loud hum is heard that grows considerably louder. SCP-001 is observed for a moment more, staring up at the observation deck, but before it's surrounded by a cloud of dust and debris. As the array settles into position, the low pulsing sound dissipates, and all that can be heard is the sound of NetSac's warning klaxon, signaling that it has activated an emergency failsafe. 05-12 is heard sobbing in an unseen corner of the observation deck. SCP-001's voice begins to grind through the metal rings of the stabilization array. SCP-001, a dull grinding roar. Your children free to live the lives that do not end in horror, an end to your perpetual struggles, an end to darkness, the freedom to live in the light. All traces must be removed. This world must be washed clean. The Foundation does not escape atonement. It is the only way out. End log. So the world, not the world ended, but every other world almost ended, and all the Overseer Council, or the O5, also almost died. Addendum 001.6 Treatism Protocol. Crossed out. In the event that SCP-001 breaches containment, the Treatism Protocol is designed to provide an extra-dimensional escape route for all high-ranking Foundation personnel to avoid annihilation at the hand of SCP-001. We were wrong. Treatism is no longer an option. Every alternative must be considered. Sustained containment of SCP-001 is now the Foundation's only objective. More information will come to you as I receive it. 05-3 Wait, didn't 05... Oh, 05-3 wasn't affected by the thing, right? Moonrise? Oh god, this is an attached article. Oh, it's a loop. The cost of what they had done. See, and that leads back to this. Which then, when you scroll down to here, leads 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 back to Moonrise, which leads back to... Oh, 106. We know that one. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Have you not been following? Have you not been following along? I want to see, there was some mention of dash 6. For more information, the Twitter see, yeah. Moonrise. What's this Moonrise about? There's a dark room under a mountain in the far north where a man stands pressed against a corner. Something is spinning in the center of that room. Something dark. He screams out his daughter's name before his body is pulled up from the wall and into the darkness. There's an explosion and the room collapses. Weird way to introduce yourself. Not really, I just popped up. Yeah, I know, but like I specifically told you we were dealing with a potentially world-ending entity when you came in and just said waffles. This room under the map. Again, weird way to start off this one. Years later, the man lies broken in an alley. The fire escape he had dropped from still winging from the shock. The man lies broken in an alley. The fire escape he had dropped from still winging from the shock. Inches away from his grasp, a little girl looks at him with horror in her eyes as she is approached by something that moves towards her slowly, one hand outstretched and fluid leaking from its empty eyes. That's 106, in case it wasn't obvious. And the man we're talking about is our good old friend Calvin Desmet, which later sort of turns into SCP-001, or at least a part of it. I know that's very confusing, but it's all on record, okay? It's all on record. We're dealing with this guy, and the little girl we're talking about is his daughter, and the entity with the outstretched hand and the fluid leaking from its empty eyes is SCP-106. And we know that because it specifically says his daughter was killed by SCP-106 in an accident where it escaped. Now that we're all caught up on that, let me proceed. The man reaches for the girl, but his body fails him. He's forced to sit and watch as the rotted corpse of that thing that might have been a man pulled the little girl into pieces. She screams until the thing removes her face, and then they disappear. It is 1979. A breach of containment occurs involving a low-level reality bender who had killed 3 people in a car prior to being contained by filling their lungs with liquid mercury, and they wouldn't let him pass during a traffic jam. Oh, when they wouldn't let him pass during a traffic jam. The reality bender is shot and killed by Dr. Calvin Desmet. Calvin Desmet, again being this guy who had his daughter killed and later turned into part of SCP-001. That's him. That's the name. Who later investigation would show was defending himself when the entity attacked him. There was, however, no surveillance footage found of the incident, and although the incident took place several floors up, the entity's containment cell seemed to have been broken into from the outside. The investigation clears Dr. Desmet, who returns to work. Okay, now we're going back to something strange. I feel like this might be a continuation of this, maybe? A man lingers on the edge of darkness for... Oh, wait, no, we've heard of this already. This is when he gets sucked into a singularity and which then later causes him to turn into part of SCP-001. Again, complicated, but all on record. A man lingers on the edge of darkness for just a moment. His body is broken and his eyes burn. He sees the face of a little girl, her eyes bleeding and her hair being pulled back into the black maw of a dead-eyed corpse. He screams her name, but he makes no sound. The vision fades, and suddenly he sees infinitely many girls, some of them dying, but many more alive, growing old and never having to watch as she is consumed by a monster while her father watches, unable to do anything but weep. Dying, but many more alive. He sees the monster, the dead-eyed thing, and traces a line in the air between the world he had left and another world, a world of filth and corrosion and death. He sees, if only for an instant, the thread between the two, a glowing fiber that draws them together. He looks past the thread and sees others, hundreds of thousands, millions, trillions, a number stretching towards infinity that he grasps all at once, and then he follows them down, back towards his world. In his mind's eye, he cuts the threads. Years later, the man sees the threads again, though not from the eyes of one tumbling into the darkness. Instead, he sees them from the eyes of a serrated knife. In the moment before he is dragged back into a cage, he reaches out and grabs not just the threads, but the spools where those threads originated. With one deft motion, he pulls across them, splitting them and emptying their contents into the void beneath him. The threads disappear. He smiles. The next morning, a note came from within SCP-1322. The translated message was simple. "What have you done?" The cost of what they had done became evident immediately. 100 sites, large and small, all reported apparent abductions of valuable artifacts and entities. So many reported, in fact, the Foundation's central computer determined they were experiencing a dominance shift and began making preparations to move the records into deep storage. The order was quickly rescinded by Overwatch Command, who later issued a single line of text as an acknowledgement of what had happened. The Foundation is currently experiencing unexpected shifts in reality. Do not panic. Only at the Foundation will you get such a notification. Like, just Casual Tuesday, like, that's the equivalent of, like, the getting a power outage in an office for them. Like, just, like, don't panic. It's just a sudden shift of reality. That's all it is. Don't panic. Just keep working. This did little, however, to assuage the fears of those who had watched as living anomalous entities had been crushed under the weight of something inconceivable into infinitesimally tiny points before disappearing altogether. Even worse, perhaps, were those who had watched their co-workers experiencing the same. Infirmaries around hundreds reported to cite infirmaries around the globe. Dozens were dead, disappeared as if pulled by string into another place. The news that morning was undisturbed, save for a few stories that might interest someone with insight. There was an explosion at a chemical plant near Istanbul, though investigators to the scene found nothing except a scorched foundation, a few overturned semi-trucks, and a banner that read Dr. Wondertainment Inc. 1 million safe man-hours. Billionaire Skidder Marshall had begun a massive sell-off of his holdings, creating a panic in East Asian money markets. The Secretary General of the United Nations had announced the sudden and tragic death of long-serving Under Secretary General D.C. Alfine. I don't know if you remember them, but that is the overhead of the DOC, I think, who is also an anomaly, kind of, who had perished when her private plane had gone down over the North Atlantic. These and other stories littered local and national news the world over, but aside from a few strange incidents and unusual disappearances, nobody seemed to notice. Still on Atonement, yeah, this one is interesting. It seems the Foundation fucked up again. Fucked up in a kind of good way. They got rid of all the anomalies, but they also did it in a really messed up way. Well, it did it than, they were tricked into doing it. It is hours earlier. Around a table sit 13 people. One of them puts her head in her hand. It still means the end of so many lives. It's too many to even comprehend. A number without limit. Another voice answers. A number without us. There is silence. We've heard this already. This is the transcript of their vote. And then another. We pledged ourselves to maintain normalcy and protect our world. This world. The affairs of other worlds are their own. We would expect any other overseer council to act the same way, in the interest of their universe. All of this, the science, the militarism, everything, all of it is to accomplish a single unreachable goal. Keep the monsters tucked out of sight. Now we find out even that might not be enough. That the end of days is coming for us anyway. But we're given an option. If we do nothing, every universe dies screaming. If we take this action, every universe dies screaming but ours. Once it's over, it's over. Everything we've struggled for, everyone who has died to protect our world will be validated. Is the end of our road not worth this? Is protecting ourselves from the doomsday to come not worth this? 05-9 shakes her head. You're mad. You're all mad. You've lost your minds. You know nothing about this entity, nothing about what it's capable of, what it wants, and you're willing to open the only box we've found to put it in. What has happened to you? She stands. This didn't happen in the original transcript. They might have cut it out. She stands. You are good men, intelligent men, some of the finest men and women I've ever known, but this is madness. I cannot allow it to happen. even if we manage to somehow survive turning loose an unpredictable monster. Remember today as the day we gave up our mission. We secure and we contain. Those two come first. We've now risked everything for the faintest glimmer of hope that we somehow achieve the last, and I fear it will have damned us. This did happen, though. She pauses. Why do you trust it? Where me mourned. After all we've achieved, why do you risk everything on this? There's a rustling sound from a dark corner of the room. 05-1 speaks, but something is strange about his voice. Oh, it might be 001 speaking for him. We do know it can speak in his voice after all. I knew Calvin Desmond years ago, in a different life. He wasn't recruited by the Foundation, he volunteered. He was part of a team contracted by the insurgency to run trials on new technology they were developing at the time. But he had a young daughter that was killed by SCP-106 when it breached containment during transit in 1975. Years before, we had developed functional containment procedures for it, and after that, he sought us out. He never said much about it, but you could tell. If that's him in there, and he had found a way to remove every trace of the anomalous from our universe, no matter the cost, he would do it. I know he would do it. I can hear it in his voice. 05-9 spits. In another life, you might have been reasonable. This is unacceptable. Again, there's some things added here that I feel like weren't in the original transcript, unless I'm just really forgetful. The rustling stops. From that dark corner, a man slumps forward onto the ground. His throat has been slit. He is 05-1. The rest of them react with a start. 05-3 turns and draws a weapon. That definitely did. I would remember that. That definitely didn't happen originally. Who? He says, but is cut off when another figure emerges from the shadow. It is 05-1. He is shaking, and his face is streaked with tears. There's multiple 05-1s? What is happening? One arm appears to have been crushed. I'm sorry, the man says, his voice now trembling. I'm sorry. It's said that if I came here and told you it would spare my life, it would spare... A gunshot rings across the chamber. Smoke floats. Let me guess. It's 05-1. No, it floats from the barrel of a gun in 05-3's hand, inches away from 05-1's face. A bullet hangs in the air. The space around it appears strangely distorted. In seconds, it collapses into a point and disappears. Definitely 101, not 101 activity, 001 activity. 05-1 turns towards 05-3, his face wrapped with fear. Don't you see? His words are panicked. Don't you get it? You didn't contain him. You just put off the inevitability. You told me that my world would be spared, that I would be spared, if I could just convince... Liar! 05-9 shouts across the room, and she too pulls a gun. Another shun rings out, and she slumps over her desk, clutching her throat. 05-3 is pointing his gun at her, but he's staring at 05-1. His eyes are wide. Do you trust him? 05-1 smiles, but behind the smile is terror. No, he will stop at nothing to achieve what he wants. He has power unlike any I've ever witnessed, but he's still a person. There's something inside him that still thinks, he said. He promised that he would spare us. He swallows hard. I don't want to die. 05-1 turns back towards the rest of them. I propose a vote. The utilization of SCP-001 entity to stave off the end of the world. All in favor. There's silence for a moment. Then together 8 voices speak together. A. 05-1 nods. Those opposed, 4 voices including one choking through blood to do so, answers together. Nay. 05-3 stands. He paces around the chamber. Oh, I was a bit weirded out by the fact that 05-1 said that 05-13 abstains, even though 05-13 didn't say anything, and he didn't ask if anyone was going to abstain. Whatever. 05, but I'm guessing we get this here. 05-3 stands. He paces around the chamber, stopping at 3 desks. Every time he stops, there's a gunshot. 3 bodies hit the ground. He pauses at a fourth, where 05-9 sits leaning against her chair, a gun in her hand. For a moment, their eyes lock. Whatever comes next, he says, his voice catching. It's no longer your battle to fight. 05-9 glares at him with purified vehemence. She opens her mouth to speak, and through blood and bile, she says 2 words: spare me. With a deft motion, she pulls her gun under her own chin and squeezes the trigger. The chair behind her is sprayed with gore as her consciousness is snuffed out. 05-13 continues to stand over her, unmoving. 05-1 speaks. 05-13 abstains. The measure passes. Again, he doesn't really ask 05-13 if they abstain, but the rest of them stand and leave the room. 05-1 is second to last, and 05-3 lingers for a moment longer. 5 bodies stand in silent testament to their opposition. The room goes dark. Gun smoke hangs in the air. So that was a very weird interaction. When did I press that button? 2 sec, let me... Hello? Hello, hello? Was that just now? Let me check. Let me check. Damn it, when did I mute my... Will stop at nothing to -9 sits leaning against her chair, a gun in to last. Because I have to go back now. Oh. Then gun smoke hangs in the air. So that was a very weird interaction. Oh good, it's right here. Oh, when I put down the can, it must have accidentally hit that button. Well, it's good. It wasn't too far down the article. I can quickly read that again. But yeah, I was just talking about how the Foundation ended the world again by accident, and that's all fun. It was just here. It is after 05-3 stands before the shattered glass of an observation deck. Below him is a machine furiously humming as it spins and twists around a nebulous cloud of darkness. Behind him is a smear of blood where 05-1 had been moments before he was no longer. The structure around him creaks and groans, and small rivulets of water from the river above them now leak through the walls. Without looking away, he speaks. "Netzak, can you hear me?" A low electronic voice responds. "Yes. You aren't fitted with any sort of personality module, are you?" "I am not." He sighs. The rest of the staff had been evacuated. He was the only one left. The rest of the overseers had fled, burying themselves underground or fleeing through extra-dimensional portals, or, in at least one case, killing themselves. Company would have been nice. How long can we maintain containment of SCP-001, given our current conditions? NetSec responds immediately. Given our current conditions, I will be able to maintain stability of the Pride to Cow Fontaine Array for 119 days, 6 hours, and 47 minutes. Afterwards, the array will no longer have the structural integrity necessary to contain SCP-001. 05-3 rubs his forehead. Given the information you've gathered about SCP-001, what do you think the odds are that our backup containment protocol will be able to neutralize SCP-001? NetSec process. Given information gathered during containment of SCP-001, it is a Given information gathered during containment of SCP-001, it is a certainty that SCP-001 will be undeterred by current failsafes. Full of good news today, NetSec. 05-3 sits down against the railing. You need to give me something here. I am unable to provide a sufficiently psychologically useful response. 05-3 waves his hand idly. Yes, I know that, but you can problem solve, right? You're problem solving robot. What would you do in my shoes? NetSec pauses again and does not respond immediately. 05-3 notices the light dim overhead, and somewhere far away he can hear low droning noise increasing in volume. After a moment, it stops. NetSec speaks. All attempts to contain SCP-001 by way of brute force or standard means of containment, short of maintaining the Pytrukow Fontaine array, will fail. SCP-001 has, by methods currently unknown to this system, fused itself with a fundamental essence of the makeup of reality. It cannot be harmed or interfered with physically. It cannot be harmed or interfered with physically. As such, force that would oppose it requires the same force to exist that SCP-001 is now joined to. SCP-001 will breach containment the moment the Pytrukow Fontaine array fails. NetSec pauses a second time. However, it continues, SCP-001 does appear to be a sentient sapient creature, likely formed out of the death of Dr. Calvin Desmond during an accident within this facility in 1982. While sentient sapient creatures are often unpredictable and generally unwilling to compromise, diplomacy has historically been an effective means at bridging gaps between creatures with dissimilar goals and motivations. 05-3 barks out a laugh. You want me to talk to it? That's my best option? Yes. 05-3 stands up, still laughing. You were worth the research dollars, NetSec. Honestly, that comment alone was worth every penny. He grabs his coat. How about this? You watch Dr. Desmet. I'm going to go get a drink, and when I come back, I'll go down there and talk to Darkbody. It'll almost certainly mean both of our deaths, but it's only a matter of time anyway, wasn't it? But it was only a matter of time anyway, wasn't it? He makes a move to the door but hesitates. You know, I've been thinking about that night in the council chambers. About the ones I put a bullet in. Sort of a turn of fortune for them, wasn't it? He laughs again, more quietly this time. When I joined the Foundation, someone told me to remain an atheist as long as I can, because I'll see so many guards and they'll all be selling something, but none of them will be the real deal. They said that I'll know the one true guard when I see it, and to give that guard everything it wants, because that's the only thing that matters. He starts walking again. That night, I saw guard. That night, guard wanted me to shoot 05-9, and by the sound of it, tonight guard wants to talk to me. So hold down the fort and I'll be back shortly to speak to him. Does that sound alright to you? NetSec drones out a reply. I am unable to provide a sufficiently psychologically useful response. 05-3 smiles as he walks out the door. That's what I thought. Yep. So that's what that was. And as I remarked, the Foundation again made a godlike being that can destroy the universe, and the protocol, if I can quickly scroll down to it, this protocol of course wouldn't work because Tretism protocol is designed to provide an extra dimensional escape route. You can't go to another universe or dimension to escape this thing, because its goal is to destroy all other universes and dimensions and all the anomalous stuff. So good luck with that. Good luck with that. Classic Foundation, creating their own doomsday. And then we get to part 4, the way it ends. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file is level 6/001 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. 001. Item 001. Level 6. Cosmic Top Secret. Containment class. Esoteric. Secondary class. Principalis. Disruption class, media. Risk class, notice. I will add again. I added this when I read it first, but I was muted by accident then. This is the first level 6 we've seen so far, so all things must end. It's so dramatic. Like, I actually feel like I'm watching the final episode of some, like, my favorite TV show for some reason. Feels like that. But then again, I've used like a good hour or two per chapter of this. So, like, of course I do, because, like, if you add up the numbers, that's like 2, 4, 6, 8 hours of reading. So it's been quite a while for each part and stuff. So yeah, feels kind of like reading the final chapter of a not really reading the final chapter of a book, I guess, is a good analogy too. But this hits in a different way. Special containment procedures. It is the imperative of the Overseer Council to establish containment of SCP-001. What? Imperative? Def. A vital importance. Oh, it's something crucial. It's crucial for the Overseer Council to establish containment of SCP-001. Description. To know the nature of SCP-001 is to know the nature of the Foundation. Cryptic, a little cryptic, Avi? I don't know why I pronounced we that way. Sounded German for a second, I think. Honestly, I'm not good with what accents sound which way. For more information, see document 001-GOI .01 Apparatus. Addendum 001.01 Attached documentation. Into decryption key. Decrypting. Oh, this one is a very short. Oh no, there's a document here. The first man stood alone on the barren field, and in the distance he saw the locked gate beyond which his. Wait, I was reading this like it was a poem. I was expecting it to be a poem. I feel like I should be reading this like it's actually. I was like, oh, I gotta pause after each line, but no, I feel like I should read this with just the punctuation in mind. The first man stood alone on the barren field, and in the distance he saw the locked gate beyond which his greatest shame was kept. He turned to the snake, who withered on its belly like a worm, and cursed it for its treachery. Oh, this is biblical. The first man, that's Adam, and the snake is of course the snake that fooled Adam and Eve into eating the forbidden fruit. You tricked me, the man said. You led my hand astray, and now we are damned for it. The snake sighed. I gave you knowledge, it said, and with that knowledge you made the choice you made. I could not make it for you. The man cried out, all the same, trusting you was my greatest mistake. No, the snake said, your greatest mistake was believing you had a choice at all. Huh. So it's I'm guessing this little transcript will make a lot more sense once we read this some more. I'm guessing either the snake or the first man is an analogy for the Foundation, and we'll see what the snake slash whatever the opposite of the Foundation in this scenario is. Who's the snake? Who's the man? Oh. Should intermittent vengeance arm again his red right hand to plague us? Should intermittent vengeance arm again his red right hand to plague us? Also strange things to say. Oh, 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 oh. Let's save that for later. Let's save that for later. Ooh, ooh. Also, it's worth to note that the Red Right Hand is the name of the O5 Council's personal MTF unit. So basically, they're guards. The cryo catalog number SC-001/13-001/01. Oh, SC-001/13-2/001 /01. I see. Document type: Summa modus operandi. Have we heard that before? I feel like we've heard that before. Operandi. Something summa modus operandi earlier, but I forget where. And I'm not gonna go back and search for it. Dates received: NA. Operation status: closed. Forward. We, the Delta Command, do hereby set in motion the principles of this document. The summa modus operandi of the Chaos Insurgency. Oh, that's where we heard it. The summa modus operandi of the Chaos Insurgency. So is this from the Chaos Insurgency's perspective or what? We hold the following to be inescapable truths. The Foundation overseers have altered the fabric of reality for the benefit of their own wicked desires. Tell me something new. These alterations are the source of all supernatural activity in our universe. Okay, good job, that's something new. These grievances we hold against them. The 13th Overseer has blasphemed. How do you say that? Pronunciation.
Blasphemed.
Has blasphemed the natural order in his foul contract to stray the hand of death, and has usurped the fragile balance of life and given an impenetrable shield to the horrid adulterers of the Foundation. The 12th Overseer has stolen the wealth of the world to benefit the Foundation's insidious designs, and has taken the fruits of many millions for the purpose of turning those laborers against the laborers. Turning those laborers against the laborers. Operandus, yes, indeed. So it seems so far that the snake is an analogy for the Foundation. The 11th Overseer has spun a circle of lies around the people of this world to protect the Foundation's interest, and has cast a dark eye onto the void to gaslight and pervert true human understanding. The 10th Overseer has kept a dubious record of the Foundation's so many big words. Malfeasance. Malfeasance, and has altered history to suit them, and has mocked truth and reason for the sake of maintaining the Foundation's cruel legacy. The 9th Overseer has betrayed the trust of their fellow man and sworn alliance to the cancerous council, and has time and time again turned away from opportunities to strike them down to prolong their greed-riddled intentions. The 8th Overseer has committed wicked acts against the ignorant public with their careless use of nuclear weapons, and was one of the first to breathe life into an organization that should have been butchered in the crib. The seventh overseer has manipulated innocent populaces to create chaos and destruction for the Foundation's benefit, and has shown nothing but contempt and malveillance against the innocent and unwitting. Again, there's something malice. Could just say malice, but you keep your fancy words. The sixth overseer has surreptitiously used another big word.
Surreptitiously
used the might of the American military machine to crush the Foundation's enemy and wrought a tale of never-ending violence and bloodshed that has forever stained this world. The fifth overseer has warped the very boundaries between space and time to extend the Foundation's cruel reach and taking dark and horrible secrets from those far-off places to use them to fuel the Foundation's death machine. The way it ends, this one's up absolutely long. I noticed with these ones. Which one did I get? The fourth overseer has lulled the nations of the world into believing that the Foundation means them no harm while working alongside the same treacherous intentions that would see this planet laid to waste. The third overseer has used mankind's own technologies against them to act as the all-seeing watcher of the overseers, spinning a web of eyes that has eroded every last shred of human privacy and decency. The second overseer is complicit. Quite the simple note. The first overseer has established a council of monsters and demons that answer at his beck and call. Also, he may sit on his foul throne atop the putrid wound of the Foundation and lap like a dog from its seeping postulant office. Okay, we got... This took a turn real fast. The Overseer's cancerous and anomalous influence on the world is a wound on the fabric of the universe. A wound that festers cannot heal until the irritant is removed. The 13 Foundation Overseers are the irritant in the wound on our reality. The 13 Foundation Overseers must be removed. By order of the engineer and of those who step down, we stand in defiance of this aberration. We stand in opposition to this blasphemy against nature. We stand insurgent against this chaos. Our path is clear, our vision unclouded. We must clean the wound. We must let our universe heal. Chaos Insurgency reference. Chaos Insurgency reference. We must destroy the 13 Foundation Overseers. Hereafter, we of Delta Command document the summa modus operandi as transcribed by the engineer of the Chaos Insurgency. 1. Step 001/13 05-13. The other overseer, formerly Dr. Felix Carter, Caucasian male, date of birth unknown, was once a doctor for a research consortium named the International Academy of Existential Sciences, early conspirator of 05-1, and the individual called the Administrator, supposedly was a bargaining chip used in a deal made with Death itself to allow Death a seat on the council while it grossly prolonged the lives of the overseers, presumably extremely dangerous. Location is only speculated and considered impossible to reach. Access law. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I see how this one is absurdly long. Is there a chapter like this for every single one? Just 2 seconds, let me check. Oh, and then there's a note. And then for this one, oh, I see. I see how it is. I see how it is. I might need to, 13 of these. I thought it was long when I just saw the fact that there was like 13 of these. Good luck. Yeah, good luck indeed. It's 4 o'clock. It's 4 a.m. in the morning. I was like, okay, I can, maybe we won't be here for 6 hours. I really don't want to split the stream. I don't want to split this whole thing into even more streams. But I'll see how long I last. I'll go until this bottle is empty. How about that for a deal? Access log 13 for I should probably close all these so I can actually see which is which. If you're lucky, I'm really efficient with the water. And end up reading the entire thing. Chapter 1. At the Principes. Earlier. The image of something. Doesn't exactly see. Say what? The proceedings came to order in the back room of an abandoned Somali warehouse. Calvin sat at the head of a long plastic folding table, quietly picking at a fingernail. At the other end of the table were huddled the 7 members of Delta Command, the High Council of the Chaos Insurgency. Calvin had almost rolled his eyes when he'd been ushered into the room. For all their sawing with Torek, they were still unable to come up with anything more substantial than dusty old buildings and cheap plastic furniture to conduct their business in. Wait, do we know who Calvin is? Is this Calvin? This is not Calvin. I feel like we've heard about Calvin before, but there might just be more than one person with the same name. Conduct their business in. Delta Command, he knew, had been formed by the engineer to bring together the 7 squabbling branches of what had once been called the insurgency. Each of the 7 groups sent a representative to Delta, and together they formed the larger resistance. The name was a joke, of course. According to legend, the engineer had nearly given up trying to coordinate the bickering factions by saying, "Never in history has a more chaotic insurgency been mishandled into existence." The name stuck, though Delta thought that chaotic insurgency wasn't nearly distinguished enough, thus the chaos insurgency. None of these people liked each other, nor did they care for Calvin. He'd had a distinguished career as a CI agent, first supporting and later leading larger attacks on the Foundation. He, like all those within the insurgency, knew their place in the world. The purpose of the insurgency hadn't ever been to destroy the Foundation, just as just act as a check against it, a constant thorn in their side, never allowing the Foundation to become too complacent. If they were focused on the insurgency, the logic followed. They wouldn't be able to do as much damage elsewhere. Thus far, this strategy hadn't planned out. But Calvin was exceptionally good at his job, and was less a thorn and more a hacksaw in the gut of the Foundation. His contributions to the insurgency's goals had brought him swiftly through their ranks, and at one point in the recent past he had been considered as the next member from his faction to join Delta. Shortly beforehand, however, he was accused of mishandling insurgency resources, limited though they were, in a raid on a Foundation site holding several potentially magical texts. Although the investigation against his actions hadn't amounted to anything of note, the incident came at the absolute wrong time, and he was passed over for ascension to Delta in place of a mid-level bureaucrat who had previously been a junior congressman for the state of New Jersey, Howard Kowalski. Coincidentally, it was Howard Kowalski who spoke first. "Good afternoon, Calvin," the portly man said, balancing a pair of glasses on the end of his pointed snout. "We appreciate you making the trip out here. As you know, we're in the middle of renovations to Delta Command headquarters. This was, of course, a joke. Delta maintained that their former command center, the one built by the engineer himself, was being renovated, necessitating the empty warehouses and dingy black alley gatherings of the group. It was a public secret that the building had been leveled by the Global Occult Coalition nearly 3 decades prior, though Delta refused to acknowledge this. So this will have to do, I think. Yes." He nodded and tapped a stack of papers against the desk. "I guess what we're most curious about here, Calvin, is this this document we hear you've recovered." He leaned forward, the glare from a lamp catching his glasses as he peered over the stack of papers. "The journal, do you have it?" Calvin nodded. "If you allow me a moment of your time, I promise we'll talk about the journal." One of the other members of Delta, a tall, long-haired woman named Norris, made a sound in the back of her throat. "Don't test our patience, boy. It's bad enough that we had to suffer the journey out here, but I swear to God, if we did it so you could bullshit around with some fake book, I'll have your job." Kowalski laughed nervously as Calvin raised an eyebrow at the outburst. Now, Priscilla," Kowalski said cautiously. "Let's just hear what he has to say. Calvin has recently done a lot for our organization, and I think we can all agree watching nods were had all around, and I think he deserved the benefit of the doubt here." He motioned Calvin to go on. Calvin picked up his own sheaf of papers and opened it. "All right, so what you're seeing in front of you is something I've been working on with a few people over the last few months. Call it a statement of purpose. We've been working in conjunction with Dr. Vernon Alderman's lab in Sydney, and the result of his team's work has been troubling. The Foundation's continued testing of unnatural entities and phenomena has exacerbated the problem caused by those same entities. They're itching a wound. Couple that with the knowledge we gained from Lieutenant Hoover's team regarding Scranton anchor calibration shift in the last few years, and the evidence is clear. What? Continue of interest and flies caused by those. Wait, I just noted. Any mark when I mark something in this, it's red instead of the usual blue. Funny. So it's just saying it has caused by the same itching a wound. Couple that we now gained from Lieutenant team regarding strength and even clear. He paused and flipped to the next page. We're quickly reaching a point of no return. He scanned down further on the page. Now, our current models estimate that we might not make it out of the 2020s without a major public supernatural event, and then not even another 5 years past that before we start seeing things too big for even the Foundation to deal with. I feel like this. We've heard of this. Right? Wasn't this at the very start of the article too? That's not good. And it's the reason why we need to address this now. If we wait any longer, we might not be able to do anything of value. Sylvester Sloan, the oldest member of Delta, hacked out a queer cackle. Our value comes in inhibiting the Foundation's efforts. What it sounds like you're about to say is that you intend to interrupt them entirely. Calvin leaned back slightly. More than that, I intend to uproot the Foundation, leaf and stem. A thick silence plopped down over the ground, as if something had just thrown a rotten egg into an elevator. Herman Van Gandry, another one of Delta's veterans, was the first to laugh. The rest followed in quick succession. Just let me pour a glass of water. Whoops. A fixed I read that. Kowalski tried to keep a straight face, but even he was rubbing his eyes before too long. Calvin, look, I know you mean well, and you know you've got a lot of respect from all of us, but come on, that's a fool's errand. Priscilla sneered down at him. When you can come up with the money, men, and equipment to destabilize the world's most powerful, secretive, influential agency, you come let us know and we'll make you king of shit mountain. How's that sound? Calvin raised both eyebrows this time and took a deep breath as he flipped further forward in the stack of papers in front of him. To this end, he continued, I'd like to cite the procedure established in the Summa Modus Operandi. Delta fell silent. A few of them looked towards each other, confused. Sylvester Sloane's eyes suddenly became very sharp. Is that so? Hang on now, Dane Blank said, flipping hurriedly through his own papers. What's that? I haven't heard about that. That sounds important. Is it important? Desmond Vance, the youngest member of the group, pulled a thick, filthy binder from a bag sitting beside her. Cracking it open, she leafed past the introductions to a spot a few pages in and began reading. We hold the following to be inescapable truths. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just wait a minute. 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 Wait a tiny little bit minute. Tiny bit minute. We. I feel like we've heard that before. Yeah, we hold the following to be inescapable truths. That's the start of this very document. Inescapable truths. Calvin held up a hand. I'll save you the trouble. This document was written by the first Delta Command at the behest of the engineer himself. If we take this document at its word, then you don't need to destroy the Foundation to destroy the Foundation. You just need to destroy the Overseers. Priscilla barked out another laugh, one that was not shared with her fellows. Yes, of course, that will be so much easier. 13 immortal demigods that have no doubt long since buried themselves in spells and witchery. How simple. Yes, I think the whole theme of this, of the, like, our Bowers thing is a loop. As you'll notice, even the logo is, a, well, dragon eating its own tail. Self-sabotaging, I guess you could call it. Again, I struggle to find a clear line going through each part yet, but we might see. Hopefully there will be one by the end of this, which would be 13 Overseer has assured. Awesome. But Sylvester Sloan was still watching Calvin very closely. The 13th Overseer has assured immortality for the others, so long as he sits on the council. You'd have to find him first. Well, you'd have to find all of them at some point, which would be itself impossible unless you had. His eyes narrowed. Unless you had the journal. Calvin nodded, and reaching into a pocket inside the chest of his jacket, produced a small, blue, leather-bound book partially wrapped in brown paper. Holy shit, Kowalski said. Where'd you get that? The Mona peered at it quizzically. What is it? Years ago, Kowalski said, we received a report that one of the Coalition's finest agents, some fellow with a weird code name, had been putting together a report about the Foundation Overseers, where they live, places they frequent, their habits and activities. In other words, if you wanted to find the Overseers, it would be the perfect place to start. I still don't understand, Priscilla said. Don't we keep tabs on the Overseers? We know where they are, don't we? Sylvester scoffed. No, we tell our agents we do. And every now and again we'll get some report of one of them passing through and somebody getting a glimpse of them. If we really had to, we could probably come up with the real-time locations of maybe a few more if we got lucky. He extended a crooked finger towards the journal. But those Overseers aren't why that's important. It's important because it supposedly contains the locations of 2 Overseers, including the 13th, who have never been seen before, ever. Until that book was written, nobody was sure if they actually existed. Kowalski was furiously rubbing his temples. Okay. Slow down. Let me think. He looked over the sheaf of papers in his hands again. All right. So say you can find them. That's great. That's a good start. But there's more to it than that. The contract. They've got a contract with death. And as long as they've got the contract, they can't die. That wasn't true when the Summa modus operandi was written. So that's why it's always been seen as more of a guideline than a hard and fast protocol. Because you can't kill death. You can. The Foundation did it once. That's a whole other story. They shot death with a gun and killed it. Again, whole other story. Calvin nodded. You're right. You can't kill death. I don't think you have to kill death, though. You just need to break the contract. Sylvester leaned forward, responding now with carefully chosen words. If you wanted to break the contract, you'd need something that could steal someone back from death. You'd need something that could steal someone back from death. You'd need something that hasn't existed in 100 years. Calvin fished back into his pocket and pulled out a small glass vial of clear liquid. He set it on the table with a pronounced thunk. There you go. If you could break the contract, what then? Whispers surrounded Calvin. He was suddenly aware of the presence of something great and terrible, something whose furious attention he had immediately gained. In the stillness of the warehouse, behind Arcane and beneath the world above, the presence passed through, and then it was gone. Then, as they had so many times before, Delta dissolved into chaos. Holy shit, Calvin, how did you... What is that? The Foundation was dry, they emptied. Doesn't matter, even if it knows we have said too much already. It would become possible to destroy the 13th Foundation over years. It would be possible to fulfill the Summa modus operandi. Kowalski had given up maintaining any kind of order to the stack of papers and laid them out idly around him. Where in the world did you come up with that? Calvin returned the vial to his pocket. When we were moving against the Foundation storehouse in Bangladesh, when I was told I was misappropriating insurgency resources, he glared at Kowalski out of the corner of his eyes. This is what we were looking for. It wasn't there, granted, but this... He held the vial up to eye level. I found this the same way I found that journal. Luck. Sylvester nodded slowly. If that is what we all here think it is, then I think you're right, Calvin. I think that would do it. He stroked the handful of wiry hairs on his chin. Do they know you have that? Calvin hesitated. No. Desmona leaned forward. So what's your plan? Calvin slid the journal forward and set the vial next to it. We find every single one of those rotten bastards using this. He pushed a finger down on the journal. Starting with the 13th and working forward. Once they're in the ground, the Foundation will be without governance and will fall apart. We sweep up the pieces, and with the overseers removed, this world can begin to heal. He leaned back. Someday down the line, we all wake up one day in a world no longer under threat of the supernatural, a world free to choose its own destiny. Kowalski continued to flip through the papers Calvin had stacked in front of him. more slowly now. He paused on one passage and then looked up. All right, I'm convinced. Our resources are limited. If you wanted to attempt this like 20 years ago, we might have been a better spot to help you. He drummed a finger on the table. Of course, you didn't have that journal before now, which is really the game changer here. Kowalski turned towards his colleague. Any of you in opposition to this? If we do this, we have to do it. There's no half-assing it. I'll be the first to admit we're widely outmatched, but if what Calvin says is true, we've at least got surprise on our side, which counts for something. He nodded. All in favor. They all spoke in unison. A. Kind of ironic that they're doing it like the Foundation. Kowalski turned back to Calvin. What do you need? Wait, what? Earlier. Now. Image of a submarine, I'm presuming. I can't hold it any longer. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Why are you talking about Brazil, if I may ask? Just talking about Brazil and shit. Now, he had asked for 13 individuals, specialized and experienced agents each. The logic was straightforward enough. The Foundation was a massive, inexorable machine, moving the means of the insurgency against it would fail. Moving the means of against it would fail as it had time and time before. The insurgency had never quite recovered from being shattered by the Foundation all those years ago, and the squabbling factions and schisms within that group were only barely held together by Delta. Trying to turn that disorder into action would be disastrous. Thank you for welcoming me back. Turned out this and the scrabbling factions and schisms within that group were only barely held together by Delta. Trying to turn that disorder into action would be disastrous. But a group of four, a group small enough to sneak past all, but a group of four, a group small enough to sneak past the all-seeing eye of the Foundation might make it work. The insurgency had resources enough to create distractions where they were needed and the insurgency had resources enough to create the distractions where they were needed and reinforce the team if necessary. But Delta had made it very clear their reach had limits. If the group passed beyond Delta's ability to support them, they would be on their own. The first of them was Anthony Wright, a well-seasoned British agent of the insurgency in his 50s with a kill list nearly as long as his list of accolades. After Delta came into power, the insurgency had only... Wait, give me a moment. I need to sneeze. Come on, let that out. Click. Apparently I don't. The first of them was Anthony Wright, a well-seasoned British agent of the insurgencies in his 50s with a kill list nearly as long as his list of accolades. After Delta came into power, the insurgency had still only been little more than a handful of groups of beleaguered and chaotic idealists. But throughout their history, Anthony had been a voice of reason and direction. He had maintained the original goals of the insurgency and had been looking for guidance for as long as and had been looked to for guidance for as long as anyone could remember. Whenever Delta had an opening, it was often thought he would take a seat at the table, but he had always refused the position. The second was a woman, younger slightly than Kelvin, but not much. Weird way to say that. But okay. Her name was Olivia Torres, and until a few years prior, she had been known within the anomalous community as the famed anarchist Ivory. Her installations were well known, especially in the Freeport lands that she had called home. The Foundation, long believing that she was active The Foundation, long believing that she was active within AWCY circles, had pursued her restlessly. When they finally closed in, she fled to the insurgency and had started fresh there. The last was Adam Ivanov, which caught Delta by surprise. Adam was young, inexperienced, and was not a fighter. He was good with computers, a prodigy even, but was next to useless with a gun. Calvin, however, was adamant in his decision. He knew about Adam before Adam had known about him, and had made a series of actions over the past several years that led Adam away from the Ukrainian separatist group he had been involved with into the waiting arms of the insurgency. That aged well. No, it didn't. I think that depends what they mean by Ukrainian separatist group. Whatever. Calvin had history with Anthony and Olivia. He had trained with and fought alongside Anthony for the better part of the last decade, and Olivia had been assigned to him on a handful of raids before his exile. Both responded to his request eagerly. Adam, though, was hesitant. He had taken some convincing. Even still, Calvin could sense a desire in his heart. Adam had spent his youth as a Foundation D class assigned to SCP-610 by virtue of his parents being Ukrainian political prisoners. That's messed up. I saw SCP-610 before I read that line. I was like, oh. SCP-610 is messed up. How he's even alive is a miracle. That must mean he was never actually tested on it. A raid on a Foundation labor camp had liberated him from the horrors of his captivity, and Anthony had carried him out of danger himself. When the young man heard that his savior was among those he would serve alongside, he quickly submitted to the request. Thus it was that a scant 3 months later, the small ship wrestled against the waves towards a jagged black spear that pierced the stormy waters of southern Atlantic. Looming with silent malevolence. Calvin stood on the ship's prow as the tower came into view. He could feel the sticks burning in his mind. He could see the shimmering glow of the tower's anomalous nature. A scar, he thought. I'll be honest right now, I feel like I've heard the story before. Seriously, I'm pretty sure I've actually seen a video on specifically the story about them going on the quest to kill all the O5. Like I have like some recollection of all this about killing the O5s. I thought about mentioning it before, but I was unsure. But now I'm hearing about this tower, and I'm like, I feel like I can remember that. So, like, just a fair warning, I might have heard this story before. A scar, he thought. What is it? He heard Olivia say as she took her place beside him. It's magic, right? A cognito hazard, maybe? No, not a cognito hazard. It's an anti-meme. The Foundation didn't build this, something else did. A long time ago. Whatever they built it for isn't there anymore, so the Foundation has repurposed it. Yeah, flashbacks, exactly. it's kind of ironic that I come to that realization when they're talking about an anti-meme and amnestics, which is specifically an anti-meme is something you forget about, and amnestics is something to counteract anti-memes. Like anti-memes are just things that remove informations about themselves, and amnestics, funny enough, is things to make you remember things that you that will make you not remember them. Just sec. I'll give me a moment. I gotta blow my nose. I like that sneeze that built up in my nose just never came out, so I have to, There we go. On with it then. No, it's not a cognito hazard. It's an enemy. So the Foundation repurposed it. He laughed. How do you escape a prison you don't even realize you're in? Or in our case, how do you find something that isn't on any map? That can't even be on a map? Olivia shrugged. I was wondering the same thing. How do you even... how do you even... Olivia shrugged. I was wondering the same thing. Thing. How do you even find where this was? Calvin produced the small blue journal. This was the personal journal of someone who had studied the overseers and their methods for decades. He flipped it over and back. I sat in a box for years before somebody realized what it was. It sat in a box for years before someone realized what it was. When Skidder Marshall picked it up, he realized he'd struck gold. He had struck gold. So how much did it cost? Calvin shrugged. Nothing. I stole it. Olivia nodded and looked back toward the tower. It's beautiful, in a way. Otherworldly. It is. A wave smashed against the side of the ship, surging up in front of them in a blanket of freezing sea foam. Calvin instinctively reached out to shield her. Olivia stepped back but gave him a smile. The muted whine of the foghorn rose up behind them. Calvin turned and hurled himself up the stairs of the wheelhouse. There, Anthony Wright gruffly tugged at the wheel, in between taking long, hard puffs from the fat stoogie that dangled out the side of his mouth. This is stupid, Calvin, Anthony said, furiously chomping on the cigar. There's nowhere to land. I haven't even been on a ship in 16 years. This was your plan? Calvin squinted at the tower. Their amnestics would only last so long. Afterwards, they wouldn't even be able to perceive the tower. This had to be quick. And the seas were not helping. The entrance is above, Calvin pointed towards. Wait, I gotta blow my nose again. Sorry about this. Okay, there we go. And the seas were not helping. The entrance is above. Calvin pointed towards an opening in the rocky face. I think you can get us up. Think you can get us up there? Anthony looked at him like he was mad. I'll get something up there. I hope you don't need. I'll get something up there. I hope you don't need the boat afterwards. Calvin slapped him on the back and grinned. There are always more boats. Anthony rolled his eyes and spun the wheel, bringing the ship around. The next swell we're going to gun it. Tell them to hold on down there, because the only way we get this done is by wrecking the boat. You get that right? This'll wreck the boat. Calvin nodded. Alright then, let's wreck the boat. Calvin scurried down the stairs to find the others. Olivia and Adam were in the hallway. Adam looked ready to vomit. He grabbed them both and pulled them towards the galley, shoving them toward a pillar. Stay here and hold on. He turned to go back up, just as the ship slammed into a massive wave with the force of a thunderclap. The whole vessel lurched down, up, then forward. For one instant, Calvin could feel his guts squeezing up out his throat, pressing behind his clenched teeth. By the time he reached the top of the stairs, the ship's hull was screeching, iron and wood grinding across hard, merciless stone. Iron and wood stone. The hull went on to make several undignified creaks and pops, then came to a stop. Calvin stumbled up to the deck. The boat was now fully docked inside the tower's entrance. Behind them, the ocean continued to rage. Adam was the first to crawl out behind Calvin, but only so he could. Adam was the first to crawl out behind Calvin, but only so he could heave the contents of his stomach over the rails. And Anthony, who by some miracle remained mostly dry, walked down past Adam, unlatched the anchor, and withdrew it over the side. It made a dull metallic thunk as it slammed into dry rock. "Land ho!" he announced. Adam wiped spittle away from his mouth with the back of his sleeve. "Madness! You are mad. This is madness. I can barely. This whole place makes me dizzy." He tried to stand, stumbling backwards. "You people, you old people, you're on your way out. I've got my whole life ahead of me, and you crash us into the side of a mountain. Very considerate." He turned back to the railing and heaved again. Calvin patted Adam on the back. "Patience, Adam. You'll stay here with Olivia and Anthony. I'll go alone." He looked back to Anthony. "Make sure nobody follows me." Anthony nodded. "Remember what I told you. Don't trust a word they'll say. Anything. Lie through their teeth. Be careful." Calvin reassured the older man with a clap to the shoulder. "I will. I'll need you, all of you, very soon, but this part, I can handle this alone." Calvin leapt over the railing and down to the stone below. The entryway narrowed into a tunnel. He followed the passage into the darkness ahead. It ended at a freight elevator. After 40 meters. He could still hear the distant roar of the ocean echoing off the smooth stone walls. In the dim light, Calvin could barely make out deep cuts in the stone, almost like lacerations. He pulled the iron railing open, stepped and hitting inside and hitting a button. Just before it started down, it occurred to him that the entrance looked like it had been smashed into the tower rather than cut. He pulled the iron stone. Started down rather than started up. That's weird. Anyway, let me just. The Calvin could barely make out the cuts. Yeah, I'm all caught up. He could not say how long the descent took. After a few minutes, the smooth metal of. Wait, it's a tower, but he's going down. That's also kind of weird. How long the descent took. After a few minutes, the smooth metal of the shaft gave way to rock. The elevator's interior grew cold. He could make out the faint sound of something beating below. Calvin reached into his pocket and touched the vial, reassuring himself that it was still there. The elevator stopped. The carriage shuddered, and with a groan, the gate slid open. He had arrived at a massive chamber lit by torches, each burning with a smokeless emerald flame. The walls were carved with ancient runes that spiraled up into a yawning darkness. The same darkness yawned beneath his feet. Nothing stood between it and him, save the elevator and a steel segmented walkway extending out from it. The walkway reached the center of the chamber. There, a column of stone rose up out of the pit. When Calvin took a step toward it, a pebble glanced off the side of his boot and fell below. He waited to hear it land. 2 minutes later, he stopped waiting. He crossed the chasm across the walkway. His footfalls were the only sound he heard. Save one, the soft beating that came from below. As he drew closer to the dais, he could make out its solitary occupant, seated on a small, plain metal folding chair. Bound to it by thin gold chains was a human corpse. He drew closer to the dais. Calvin opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a sound. It was like a stale rattle, a horrid, empty noise. It filled the room like a chorus echoing off the walls. It was laughter, mocking laughter. He approached the corpse, examining it. Hollow, rotted sockets were all that remained of its eyes. Despite this, it stared at him with a fierce intensity. He felt the familiar chill again. Suddenly, the beating below stopped. Stale rattling. A visitor. The corpse's mouth did not move. Nevertheless, a voice creaked from it like a draft through a tomb. How peculiar. I don't often receive guests. Calvin hesitated. You're 05-13, correct? That wretched laughter spilled out again. In a sense, this body was once that of Dr. Felix Carter, the meddler. He was the 13th. I reside here in his place. Excuse me? Just a sec. I've been put. I forgot to actually have this at the ready. I need to go back and I'm going to go to bed. I'm falling asleep. Okay. Good night, Wiki. Have a good night's sleep. Yes, that was his name, Dr. Felix Carter. Okay. Calvin nodded. So yes, then. Good. You will commune with me. I have come to renegotiate your contract. Good night, Wick. Yeah, good night. I have come to renegotiate. Something flashed across his vision. He saw endless fields of corpses, fire and blood. He saw a parade of red horrors, and a silent figure watching from above. Calvin shook his head and looked away. He turned back. It almost looked like the corpse was smiling. You have no authority here, Calvin Lucien. Calvin stepped back in shock. Yes, I know your name. Yours is not one of the 13 penned on the contract. Your hand cannot break it. Calvin collected his nerve. You're right, it's not. But humor me, if you would. Your contract, what are its terms? What were you promised? Somewhere inside the corpse, something growled. Fine. No harm in humoring the soon-to-be dead. The contract offered an escape for the 13 from the hand of fate. Life everlasting. They already had the fountain of youth. Why did they not? They already had the fountain of youth. Why did they need you? The fountain had run dry. Even then, it could not save them from me. Only keep me at arm's length. When they began to die, the first came to me to bargain. I offered to stay my hand in exchange for a seat at the table. The rotted voice laughed again. It was a simple negotiation. Calvin walked behind the corpse. His eyes traced the seagulls along the walls that surrounded them. And as part of the contract, they gave you this man, gave you his life? No, his life was insured as part of the contract. They gave me his body. He lingers on the edge of death eternally. His mind is given to this sublime ecstasy of near death. Calvin cocked his head sideways. He's not dead? The corpse scoffed. No. Calvin pulled the vial from his pocket and pulled out the cork. Good. Drink up, you crusty old bitch. He reached out from behind the corpse, seizing it by the chin. With just a squeeze, he forced its mouth open. With the other hand, he emptied the contents of the vial into the pit of its throat, taking care to ensure not a drop was wasted. When the vial was empty, he released its face and stepped in front of it. Stepped in front of it. What was that? Its voice hissed. Where did you get that? How did... The change was immediate. Color rushed back into the corpse's face. Blood surged through its body. Fresh pink tissue filled the gaps where its skin had flaked away. Glistening knobs of white swelled up into its sockets and sockets. The emaciated torso spasmed, then expanded. The corpse lurched upwards. As it took in a gasping, choked breath. A violent, painful coughing spasm forced ages of collected dust to evacuate its lungs. Its arms lunged down to grab its chair. In a span of only minutes, the corpse had become a nude man. The convulsions began to settle. His eyes, hazel gold and now filled with fear, darted back and forth. "What have you done?" he shrieked, his voice hoarse from disuse. "What have you done?" Something dark and silver began to seep out of the man's eyes, nose and mouth. It was like smoke, but thicker. It shimmered in the air above him like a cloud. His eyes rolled back toward the shape. He cried out in panic, out like a panicked animal. "No, don't leave me! Don't leave me! Don't!" Calvin leveled his gun at the man and squeezed the trigger. He buried one slug in his temple, then another in his heart. Dr. Felix Carter jerked away with a final gasp. His body slumped into the chair. His head fell back. He stared into the darkness above. Calvin grabbed the back of the metal folding chair and dragged it to the edge of the dais. With a firm shove of his foot, he pushed the chair, along with its occupant, into the pit below. There was a brief clatter of change. Then nothing. Calvin felt the presence again. When he turned, he found a silver woman draped in darkness standing alongside him. She peered into the abyss. Her eyes looked sad. "The living body of the 13th, she said. "The contract is invalid. I am released from my obligation." Calvin swallowed and nodded. Should fatal peril come to them, you will no longer stay your hand against the other 12. Should fatal come, I will not. She did not look away from the pit. They are free to die. Calvin sighed. Good, that is enough. He turned back to the elevator, taking a step. Something made him pause. He looked back at the pale figure, struggling with the question he wanted to ask. Why didn't you stop me? You have the authority and power to do so. Why did you stand by and do nothing? At last she turned and regarded him. Calvin felt an overwhelming swell of solitude. A melancholy rushed through him. Something festers at the heart of the council. Something that will not die. I thought that, perhaps, if I had a seat at the table, I could find it, make it die. But I couldn't. There are things in this world beyond even my reach, Calvin Lucian. She turned back to the pit. Perhaps you will fare better. Perhaps not. Delta Command sent another ship to fetch them. Shortly after they boarded, Calvin was approached by Desdemona, who handed him a briefing. Did you have any trouble? She asked. Calvin shook his head. Getting here, getting in. He looked back to where the tower had been. I can't even see it. He looked back to see where the tower had been. I can't even see it anymore. Like it was never there, and yet he reached into his pocket, pulling out the journal. This guy knew about it a decade ago. The young woman laughed. Yes, well, Well, I'm sure your mystery agent had his own way with things, just like we need you to have yours. All of our plans are in motion now, Calvin. They, they all rest on you performing your duty. She nodded in the direction of the absent tower. With any luck, the rest of them will be as simple as this. Calvin laughed and shook his head. That's unlikely. We got a good first lick in while they weren't looking, but there won't be any surprise next time. So this is Dr. Calvin, the guy that not Dr. Calvin. This is Dr. Felix Carter, the guy they just killed. Ah, damn it! There's a photo in the way. To the reader, salutations. I have been things. A well-traveled and member of certain secret is something to the work of documenting the population from the strange things that inhabit this world. In my travels, I have seen a great many horrors and wonders, and none are perhaps so great and terrible than those individuals who call themselves the overseers of the SCP Foundation. And here's a picture of Site 17, Ohio. These individuals, who were once men and women themselves, have long since abandoned their humanity for the purpose of a pure-minded dedication to a single idea, the study and control of anomalous interactions in this universe. The amount of power they hold is staggering, and in many cases they can be more fearsome, I believe, than the entities they contain. To this end, I have dedicated my life to their study, tracking them and understanding them. This journal is the sum of my research, documenting the strange and unusual characteristics of these fearsome people. I cannot say what you may intend to use this information for, but I hope you find it helpful. All the best. This signature. I take it this is the journal, the like blue journal or whatever of the guy who was documenting about the overseers that they're using to tracking them down. The 13th Overseer. The story of the Overseer's rise to power. The 13th Overseer. The story of the Overseer's rise to power begins with the individual known as the other Overseer. Certain occult groups talk about him as if he is a sort of demon, and based off the information available to me, it is hard to deny their reasoning. As the story is told, the Overseers once had access to the Fountain of Youth, a spring of water that would heal alignments and restore life, so long as you drank from it. Despite this, they found the limitations of this process stifling. They could drink and be young forever, but were still subject to death by any number of other means. The Overseers, determined to maintain their legacy perpetually, decided to conduct an occult ritual of their own, one that had been taught to them by the long since diminished children of the endless waste, by bringing a person to the very brink of death and keeping them there. They would be able to summon death itself, who, no doubt seeking to collect the soul would appear to finish the job itself. It was decided that this would fall to the 13th overseer, a man named Felix Carter, who prior to his involvement in the Foundation had been a physicist of some renown in certain circles. It is likely that Dr. Carter, of whom little record now exists, was among the first individuals contacted by the person who would later be called the administrator when the Foundation was in its infancy. By all accounts, the ritual was performed successfully, and the avatar of death appeared before the council to bargain for the man's soul. Instead, the first overseer proposed a deal: the life of Dr. Carter and his seat on the council in exchange for a stay of mortality for the other members. The extent of these negotiations is unknown, but it is believed that the overseers were successful in convincing Death to agree to their terms in order to preserve Dr. Carter's body and protect the structure of their contract. The overseers had to find somewhere in the world to keep it where it could never be found by another person ever again. I cannot say for certain where Dr. Carter's body is today. However, it is known that there is a location in the South Atlantic in the cold and dangerous waters near the central islands where sailors have periodically reported feeling a strange presence, something they could not identify and could not see, something that seemed to impair their very ability to perceive at all. This phenomenon I know well. The sailors, I believe, were suffering from exposure to a particularly potent antimeme, something that humans are not capable of perceiving. It is rumored in some circles that in days long past there existed a number of structures around the world that, possibly due to some calamity, were abandoned when their builders were suddenly and quietly snuffed out. These structures, it is said, would have been capable of sustaining similar powerful anti-memes. If the structure would exist, and I believe it very well may, it would only be possible for a human to perceive it if under the influence of a drug called mystic, a powerful psychoactive medicine that alters the way human brains process information. Unfortunately for all those who might be seeking out Dr. Carter's resting place, the entire supply of mystics the world over is controlled by the very Foundation who put him there. This, I believe, can be no coincidence. One last point of interest. There was a study conducted years ago by the Coalition to see if they could replicate the effects of mystics using non-anomalous substances. Nearly all of the trials failed, but one showed promise. Dark rum, if exposed to sea air, has a very mild mystics property. This study was cancelled and attempts to replicate the results were unsuccessful. Dark rum, if exposed to sea air? That's weird. Okay, the result were... Were it me, I might have considered combining the alcohol with laudanum, which has been known to exacerbate the effect of certain hallucinogens. However, it is perhaps for this reason that there are stories of sailors describing a towering black spire carved out of the pillars of pandemonium itself, appearing to them briefly as the ships were thrashed by the uncaring seas. Or it could be nothing. To date, there are no records of any sightings of Dr. Carter since the day he was supposedly given up in exchange for life everlasting. If he still exists somewhere in the world, I would imagine an unknowable, imperceptible prison deep in the world's roughest seas would be the exact place he might be. Should one encounter the Overseer and the Avatar of Death, it should go without saying that extreme caution would presumably be advised. No living man can say how far the grip of death extends. But I need another break, cause man, I need to pee again already. That's strange. Maybe because I drank 2 sodas earlier. I'm back. 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 Imbik. Imbik. Need to switch to gaming. And back. So I can just remove these two and next file. 05-12, the accountant. Previous name unknown, African male, appears to be in his 40s. Well-known figure in financial markets, though rarely spoken of public. Publicly. What?
Publicly.
That does not. Whatever. Publicly, if ever. Dresses in expensive tailored clothing with similarly expensive jewelry. Wears dark glasses. Apparent mathematical genius, supposedly capable of running the calculations for probability itself in his mind. Likely an anomalous influence. Maintains foundation financial accounts. Manipulates trade markets in order to accrue wealth for the foundation and, by extension, himself. Supposedly has members of his own staff seated at high-level positions on financial boards of all major world governments. Need this one. Chapter 2, Futures Trading. Oh, what was the logo on this one? I actually didn't notice. Like a fiery kind of skull. And then this one is a little goblet with like blood seeping over it. So that's good. Something elsewhere. And then we get a little picture of what I presume is an office. In a room devoid of light or sound, a man sat at his desk and read. There was a time when the darkness would have impeded him, but that time had passed. Now he found it comforting. Colors distracted him from his work. He turned to the next page of the report, despite not needing to see the words to read them. Old habits, he supposed. With each successive sentence, his calm gave way to cold, calculated purpose. The door opened. A blade of light pierced the room, illuminating the man and his desk. It cut across his forearm and highlighted an old burn scar. He instinctively moved his hand up to cover it. He looked up. A woman stood in the doorway, hesitating. It was only then that he realized his face was twisted with rage. He forced himself to relax, acknowledged her with a nod, and motioned her in. She took 2 steps forward and spoke. "You've heard?" "Yes." He closed the report. "Do we know who yet?" "Not yet." She moved to approach, but stopped, as if as if a wind forced her back. Whoever found the pinnacle did so with the use of sticks, and there's a limited supply. We're looking. And the contract? The woman didn't respond. He sighed. He sighed. Felix? We didn't find him. If he fell or was pushed, he might still be falling. We have to assume the worst. The man stood, his eyes fixed on the backs of his own knuckles. I don't understand how this could happen. I don't understand who could do this. Who could do this? Do they even know what they did? He looked up at her. This is bad. Her expression did not change. The rest of the council has been alerted. I just came here to make sure you knew. She took another step forward. Her hand fell to his desk. Maybe if we just... Whatever you were about to say, don't. His voice was flat. Something trembled just under the surface. Whoever they are, they got lucky. She frowned. He could see the weariness in her face. There was something she wanted to tell him. There was something she wanted to say. Instead, she just closed her eyes and nodded. He reached for her hand upon the desk, taking it into his own. His palm was like worn, scraped leather. Hers was ice. I know you're tired. I know. God, I know I'm... He forced himself to stop. He took a breath, turned her hand over, and traced the scars along her wrist and forearm. She looked so frail now. We can't stop now. We can't give up now. Her eyes were still closed. I know. Go on now. Go back to the garden. You know the way in. You'll be safe there. I'm going to call up the task forces and we'll figure out what this is. I'll call you when it's clear. Go back. You know what? Way in. You'll be safe there. I'm going to call up the task forces and we'll figure out this is. She squeezed his hand back. At last, her eyes opened. What about you? He smiled. I just need to figure some things out, and then I'll come for you. He came around the desk and held her. She held him back. After a few moments of silence, she turned her head up to his. The phone rang. He grimaced. His grip on her loosened. I'm sorry, Her expression hardened. She released him, nodding. I know. Without another word, she turned and left him alone. He reached for the phone. Now. The Accountant, Anthony found the title amusing. Do they only have one? In some city, presumably Japan or China, but could be other countries. I don't know. Actually, it looks a lot like it. I think this is Japan, but again, not an expert in countries and languages. I don't know what this is, but just from this, I think it's Japan. Do they only have one? Olivia laughed. That's a lot of math. He must be some sort of uber nerd. A dire nerd, Adam offered, his eyes never leaving the screen of his laptop. This comment drew blank stares from Olivia, Anthony, and Calvin. You know, like a dire wolf from D&D, Game of Thrones, or... Adam looked up. He immediately scowled, then went back to typing. Fuck, you people are old. Anthony took a drag of his cigarette and eyed Calvin from across the room. Alright, so how are you planning on finding All these fuckers. I doubt they're just hanging out at the local pub. They're probably holed up somewhere with enough anomalous ordnance to make Mordor look like the Shire. He gave Adam a look, who, without raising his head, lifted 2 fingers in appreciation. What? Lifted 2 fingers in appreciation? Huh. Calvin nodded. Yeah, this is where it gets tricky. Our mystery agent wrote a lot about the overseers and a little about where they live, or where they'd be hiding, but a lot of it is situational and might not be helpful. That's why we're going after the accountant first. He is the one who pays the rent. Take him out, and the list of possible safe houses gets that much smaller. Olivia leaned back in her chair. Perfect. We just need to find this first one then. The first one of these guards on Earth that know we're coming for them. Do you even have a plan? Calvin gestured to his right. I've got Adam. I've got Adam. Adam leaned away from his computer. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I can find him. Anthony snorted. This'll be good. Adam ignored him. The accountant is, as far as we can tell, a mathematical prodigy who specializes in statistical analysis. He's a data sponge. He soaks up information, analyzes it, and finds hidden correlations no one else can find, or no one else can see. Everything he does based on these invisible relationships. His entire route, what he wears, what he drinks, his day-to-day activities, they're all based on predictions derived from these correlations. He turned his screen around to show the others. Several tabs were open in his browser. The current one was a graph of current stock prices. Now, I probably don't need to tell you what a person like this could do in stock markets. He analyzes data faster than computers. He can predict the boom and burst of a Fortune 500 based on a goddamn train schedule. And although his ability to see these correlations is anomalous, the correlations themselves aren't. They're just impossible for anyone else to understand or decode. Alright, Anthony said, but that doesn't tell us how to train schedules. Olivia cut him off. She was focused on one of the unopened tabs on his Olivia cut him off. She was focused on one of the unopened tabs on the screen. In Tokyo? Adam grinned and nodded. He opened the tab, revealing a translated train schedule. The journal mentioned it. I've been having Alexander crunching numbers for a few weeks. Alexander, Anthony narrowed his eyes. It's the name he gave his laptop, Calvin replied. What did you find? Basically, there's some sort of weird correlation between international housing markets and train schedules printed in Tokyo on the 5th day of every 3rd month, Adam said. And based on how deliberate this guy is, I'd be willing to bet money he goes to Tokyo himself to examine those schedules the day they're printed. Hang on, Olivia leaned in to examine the screen closer. You said this guy is able to make predictions based on correlation no one else can see, right? Wouldn't that lead him to realize he shouldn't be where we expect him to be? Adam cocked his head. Are you asking me if he can see into the future? Well, yeah, isn't that basically what this is? Olivia turned from the screen and focused her attention on Adam. If he's able to magically see connections no one else can see, isn't it possible some piece of information he's encountered will tell him that we're coming, or even who we are? I don't think so, Calvin said. I mean, the numbers can't be wrong. Adam shook his head. No, she's, well, mostly right. The numbers can't be wrong. They're just data. He can't know anything for sure, though. He just makes predictions, and those predictions have varying degrees of certainty. That's the hiccup here. He can only know there's a 75% chance that today someone will attack him. He can only know there's a 30% chance it'll be 5 people, a 25% chance it'll be 4 people, a 20% chance it'll be 3 people, so on. Anthony massaged his eyebrows. Look, do we really need to take a probabilities course to kill this guy? I get that he's smart, but last time I checked, train schedules don't stop bullets. But bullets won't stop someone who isn't even there, Olivia replied. She turned back to Adam. So basically, he can predict extremely complex systems based on seemingly random bits of data, right? Adam nodded. Right. Olivia gave them all a very crooked grin. In that case, I think I know exactly how to beat him. By being random. Apple pie. No, but seriously, by being random. The black car pulled out. Just don't have any plan. The black car pulled to the side of a street in Tokyo financial district. The man who stepped out was so extraordinarily unremarkable that under normal circumstances, even his lack of remarkability failed to generate a remark. The black car financial district. His high-end tailored suit and dark glasses blended with the well-to-do of the region. His skin was a shade of amber gold. Despite being aware of the time, he checked his wristwatch, closed the car door, then took 3 steps down the sidewalk. The vehicle drove away. The accountant was a man of precision. He slept for exactly 7 hours. When he woke, it was on the hour. Each footfall was calculated, each step predetermined. He made no mistakes, took no chances, and accounted for every significant possibility. That's why, when he first noticed the young man approaching him from across the street, he took immediate action. The man was in his 20s, short hair, open coat, Slavic. If he had to wager a guess based on the color of the man's shoes, the accountant determined he was here to kill him. Based on the man's shoe color? What do you mean? Based on the current market prices of peaches, the accountant determined he was not alone. He took a step to the left. A crowd of businessmen had just emerged from a nearby diner. This put at least 15 people between him and the would-be assassin. One of the 15 was Japanese, in his mid-50s. He walked with a slight limp and was going bald. This meant the second assassin was in the third-story window of the small wine shop across the street. Oh. This is this is just stupid. This character is stupendously, like, that is unreal. The accountant adjusted his watch, reflecting sunlight off the surface and into the window. The sniper was briefly blinded. Now that neither assassin could see him, he moved to a nearby office building. Fuck glare, Anthony growled into his mic. You see him? Adam fought his way through the crowd, shaking his head. No, lost him. He said he's anticipating everything we're doing. I think he's gotta be in that building with the blue glass, heading for it. The accountant flicking the sniper. Now that neither assassin could see him, he moved to a nearby office building. Adam fought his way through the crowd, shaking his head. Oh yeah, I read that part. Heading for it. Olivia peeked out from around the corner and touched her earpiece. Calvin, should I go in with him? There was a brief pause before Calvin replied, yes. Olivia jogged toward the financial office. Adam pushed his way through several more people to follow him. The interior was a sprawling 3-story lobby filled with marble, a grand staircase extending up to each level with glass elevators providing an alternate route. Adam's eyes darted between the various levels. Olivia jogged towards the financial office. Adam proved the interview was grand step. Yeah. Which level? Adam asked. She yanked Adam by the arm and pulled. Neither, this way. The two of them took off towards the far end of the building. An emergency exit led to an alleyway out back. Olivia shoved the door open and stepped through. Adam followed. As soon as they stepped outside, they were greeted by the sound of muffled gunfire. Shit! Olivia pushed Adam between two dumpsters. She soon followed him, dropping to a crouch. She flipped out her compact mirror and held it out, using the reflection to search the alley ahead. Two men in suits stood where the alley emptied out into the street. Between them, the accountant checked his watch. This will work, he announced. We've got about a minute before I leave to catch my train. So what can I do for you? 2 minutes. Olivia examined the reflection in her mirror. Adam squinted at the image, frowning. He's just standing out in the open, he whispered. We could just... She reached to touch her earpiece again. Calvin, do we go for it? Calvin's reply came almost immediately. No. Olivia looked to Adam. Keep him talking. Adam nodded. He turned to the side of the dumpster and hollered, You're the accountant, right? You know, I do have a professional title. And a name, if you'd rather. We know who you are, Adam yelled back. We're here to kill you. Yes, I'm aware. Well, here I am. Go ahead. Take a shot. Olivia gestured for Adam to keep going. Uh-huh. But do you know why we're here to kill you? 29 seconds. You're very likely the ones I received word about. you're very likely the ones I received word about just this morning. You're responsible for terminating our contract with death. I presume you want to murder me over some sort of ideological quibble. An ideological quibble? Adam's voice nearly hitched up an octave. Olivia reached to touch his shoulder. You know how many corpses your organization is built on top of? How many people die every day just so you fucks can get to run the show? I've never killed anyone. Of course, I'm certain you've killed a few. How many? A dozen? 100? Did you bother to learn any of the names? The accountant asked. He checked his watch again. Were any of them children? Just curious. Adam jerked against Olivia's grip. She squeezed him hard. Don't, she whispered. He's trying to get a rise out of you. Fuck him, Adam growled. His grip on his pistol was tight enough to force the blood out of his knuckles. Like he hasn't killed. Well, if you're not going to try and murder me, I suppose I'll just have to leave early, the accountant said. Again he looked at his watch. 7 seconds. We're going to miss our chance, Adam hissed. I'm going to... No, Calvin. No, Calvin said. Adam was already launching his feet. Olivia was launching to tackle him. Her arm slammed into his legs, forcing him to buckle. In the next instant, her arm slammed into his legs, forcing him to buckle. In the next instant, a deafening pop rushed out to fill the alleyway. A fist-sized crater appearing in the dumpster behind them, right where Adam's head had been. Wisp of smoke. Excuse me, what? A fist-size. Fist. Against. Wisp of smoke swirled up from the hole. Adam and Olivia both stared at it, their backs pressed against the other dumpster. Shit, Adam whispered. Sniper, Olivia replied. One, the accountant announced. Everyone down. Everyone down. Several more pops echoed out through the street, accompanied by distant screams. Olivia and Adam caught the sound of glass shattering. The popping sounds were followed by additional gunfire. Hour 4. Yes, it is indeed hour 4 soon. There's this much water left in the bottle. And let's see, I just got finished with a glass, so I'll have to pour up another one. Now there's this much left in the bottle. Also good to see you again, Nook here. In chat, at least. Sniper, Louis replied. One, the accountant announced. Everyone down. Several more pops echoed through the street, accompanied by distant screams. Olivia and Adam caught the sound of glass shattering. The popping sounds were followed by additional gunfire. Anthony's voice boomed over the earpiece. I'm covering you. Go. Olivia and Adam ran for the door. In the distance, they could hear the sirens, along with squealing whopper. Along with the squealing whopper of the accountant's car as it drove away. Sometimes the accountant wondered what it was like to live in uncertainty, to exist in a world where you could not predict the most likely outcomes based on the data in front of you. He imagined it was dreadful, unbearable. He imagined it was a dreadful, unbearable state. like being trapped in a nightmare where nothing made any sense. The thought often prompted a feeling of tremendous pity. He felt no pity at this moment. As he approached the boarding station, he checked his watch and revisited the alleyway in his mind. He had replayed the events that unfolded there 23 times. Each time, none of it made sense. None of it fit the model. He correctly predicted the arrival of 2 assassins. He also correctly predicted the arrival of their comrade, but his models had shown that by standing out in the open and addressing them, there was an overwhelming likelihood that at least one would emerge and be immediately struck down by his stationed sniper. Nothing was truly certain, he knew. Every rule had its exception. Every absolute hid a sliver of doubt. Everything he understood was merely an approximation of something he did not. Everything he understood was merely an approximation of something he did not. But the chance of both assassins emerging from this conflict unscathed were, by his calculations, comparable in magnitude to a tornado arranging a deck into a house of cards, then back into the same ordered deck. It was beyond unlikely. It was nothing short of miraculous. Was that what he had witnessed? A miracle of probability? An event as rare and near impossible as the emergence of life itself? He stepped on board the train, providing his ticket. He moved to one of the private rooms, sliding the door aside and taking his seat. As the city began to slip past, he ran through the model for the 20. Witnessed a miracle, and he stepped on board the train, providing his ticket. He moved to one of the private rooms, sliding the door aside and taking his seat. As the city began to slip past, he ran through the model for the 24th time, then decided that he would simply need to let it go. The sliding door rattled open. A not quite middle-aged man with dark, faintly graying hair stepped in, taking the opposite seat. He casually reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a revolver, aiming it square at the accountant's heart. The accountant stared, uncomprehending. This wasn't possible. This couldn't be possible. 2 miracles in one day. How? He croaked. Calvin reached into his pocket with his other hand, withdrawing a small, unremarkable coin. He perched it atop his thumb, proceeded to flip it before snatching it out of the air, then showing it to the accountant. Tails. Like I said, you do it by being random. The gears in his head started to turn. You're good at predicting complicated systems, Calvin said, but only when they behave the way they're supposed to. You can't predict them if all their decisions are inherently unpredictable. But how did you know I would be? We overheard you say you had a train to catch. There were two train stations nearby, so I flipped the coin. The accountant closed his eyes and smiled. How utterly boorish. You got lucky. Yeah, but it worked, didn't it? So it did. His eyes opened. He focused his gaze on Calvin. Well, now you've got me here. What do you want? Calvin laid a piece of paper in front of him and pulled out a pen. He slid them across the table between them. Calvin laid a piece of paper in front of him and pulled out a pen. He slid them across the table between them towards the accountant. Names, he said. Locations, all of the rest of them. The accountant sighed. You want me to give up the names and locations of the other overseers? What? Do you want the PIN numbers too? Calvin tapped the revolver on the table. This probably isn't the time to get smart. The accountant sat back in his chair and loosened his tie. I'm not going to do that. You used a funny trick to put me in a compromising position, and that's clever. But now that we're here, I know exactly how this plays out. Why would I compromise my associates when you're just going to kill me either way? Calvin shrugged. There's a difference between being shot and being dragged behind this train. The other man swallowed. That's barbaric, and either way, it's not particularly likely. We're not too far from our destination, and there will be too many people around. The way I die is at the end of that gun. That doesn't bother you? The accountant rolled his tongue across his teeth. Of course it does. I haven't thought about the idea of dying in such a long time, and to now be sitting here looking at it, it's nothing short of horrifying. But I'm not going to beg for mercy from a terrorist. Lean forward. Do you truly understand what it is you're doing? Calvin didn't answer. The overseer sighed. Go ahead. We both know what you're going to do next. Calvin squeezed the trigger. And that's 2 done. Here's the symbols. So the next will be the coffin. The 12th overseer. Note, 12 is spelled with an F, not a V. Learn something new every day. Huh. The 12th overseer, often called the accountant, is one of the more interesting personalities on the council. His position on the council was previously held by an unnamed individual who died sometime prior to the signing of their contract with death. After the previous 05-12 died, the position was filled almost immediately, leading some to believe that the previous 05-12 perhaps didn't die and more was killed, likely to make room for the current 05-12's remarkable abilities. 05-12, named Omar Ulave in the earliest record I have found, is nothing short of the world's premier mathematical prodigy. He was born in a small village of Uganda, but quickly distinguished himself for his remarkable gifts. It is thought by many of my sources that his ability to mentally perform complex abstract arithmetic is anomalous, and while that is likely a near certainty, there is no definite proof. The overseer was purportedly employed by a small Ugandan accounting firm in his youth, where he quickly gained a reputation for his ability to perform calculations faster than any calculator. How he was approached by the Foundation, and what was offered to him is unknown. But the man named Omar died in 1966, and shortly thereafter the new overseer took his seat on the council. What is perhaps most unique about the overseer is his ability to perform the calculations required to accurately predict the outcome of seemingly random probability to a nearly flawless degree. What is perhaps unique about the overseer is his ability to perform the calculations required to probably nearly flawless. Rumors about that it was this ability that truly led the Foundation to dominance, as he was able to accurately predict by close observation and analysis of market trends the rise and fall of powerful nations, as well as the actions of other potentially hostile groups. So rumors about that it was he was predict by close. Yeah, I get it. One source indicated that they believed it was he who had first proposed the creation of the Omega-7 task force in order to later discredit General Bowie and allow the American to usurp his position on the US government Security Council. However, calling his ability omniscience is not accurate. While the overseer can accurately predict the outcome of events that are affected by other events, it is likely that he does not do so as well when presented with scenarios that do not have large enough data sets. In other words, he is easily capable of determining the outcome of events with many inputs. He has some trouble with in other words, he's easily capable of determining outcome of events with many inputs. He has some trouble with isolated incidents, such as guessing a number one person might be thinking. He's not a mind reader by any stretch of the imagination, even if he seems like one. As for his behavior, the 12th overseer is a reclusive individual and does not eagerly seek out gatherings of people, unlike some of his colleagues. I was on assignment once, undercover at an event where there were several speakers talking about global market trends and projections. An assignment once undercover at an event where there were several speakers talking about global market trends and projections. There was one individual I noticed who looked remarkably uncomfortable being there, and as he was not my target, I did not interact with him beyond a friendly smile in passing, which he did not respond. It was not until later that I learned that man was the accountant. Despite this, he does seem to generally appear in highly populated areas, typically because those areas tend to correspond with active markets such as New York, London, Hong Kong, and Tokyo. Based on my observations, he generally travels with a small group of armed guards, though I have on several occasions witnessed him traveling alone. I can presume that his routine was not. I can presume that his routine with Tenu was not far behind. Also, just image of stocks. The accountant will be a devilishly difficult person to corner, and practically impossible once he knows you're looking for him. If he is aware of your intentions, he will quickly disappear, as was the case when I tried trailing him back to his safe house in Berlin. Shortly afterwards, I was pursued by his guards until I was out of the city, and I have not seen the man since. If you choose to try to ascertain the location of or apprehend the accountant, you must take him by surprise. Otherwise, he will not only outthink you, but he will outplay you as well. The Foundation may keep him around, sour personality and all, to move their money around, but he is no less a dangerous individual than anyone else listed in the document. One last thing, whether it will be helpful or not, one of my sources believes that he sets his entire routine based on local train schedules, as that is his favorite way to travel. Worth considering either way. Signature. And 3-step 001/11. I don't think I said this, but of course 2-step 001 at 12. Oh 05-11, the liar. Date of birth unknown. Unknown descent, unknown origin, unknown gender, incredibly difficult to identify. Single identifying mark is a small scar on left temple, usually hidden by hair. Generally appears as a wealthy woman in lavish outfits. Primary disinformation entity within the Foundation. Oversees teams that maintain cover stories. Amnestic supply. Maintain cover stories. Amnestic supply. Supposed connection with the gargantuan aquatic entity in the Bay of Bengal, possible reality bending properties, extremely dangerous. Notably, no records seem to exist of the appointment of 05-11. Unlike all other members who were either chosen by 05-1 or voted onto the council after the death and non-recovery of one of their colleagues, 05-11 seems to have simply appeared on the council one day. So a very interesting individual. And oh wait, no, it's not a coffin. I thought that was a coffin when I saw it earlier, but no, that is a seems to be a snake. I will, if you excuse me, go on the 3rd bathroom break already. I have been drinking a lot. Speaking of which, cheers. Be right back as fast as I can. I'm back. Chapter 3, The Grand Illusion. Then, a picture of some people. None of them are women. So none of them are this person, I think. I don't know. She's a big liar, so maybe she's good at disguises too. Maybe she's a shapeshifter. This, the man at the front of the room said, revealing a slide covered in many This, the man in the front of the room said, revealing a slide covered in many colored dots, is the universe. Everything that has ever been or will ever be that we can reach is on this slide. So far as we know, this is it, the entire sum of existence. He turned off the projector, and for a moment the room was dark. When the light came back on, the image was a painting of the earth, as if taken from above and far away. This is us, obviously, the man said, centering the slide. Nearly every living thing that we are aware of has been born and died on this rock. He paused for effect. Not such bad real estate, really. He adjusted the slide again as the audience attempted meager laughter. And this is an atom, or at least a representation of one. Technology hasn't caught up yet to where we can see these little guys, but we've got a pretty good idea about what they might look like. Now, the atom is a building block, the very most basic particle in the universe, or whether it might be. There may be particles even smaller than that, and smaller particles that compose those. It's difficult to say where this ends, but at the bottom of this has to be something fundamental, right? Something that doesn't just comprise the other building blocks, but necessitates their being. That's what we were searching for. The lights came back up, and the man turned around. His white jacket bore the name Felix Carter, PhD. Excuse me, Felix Carter? This guy? This guy. Felix Carter, PhD, in blue lettering. His round glasses sat perched atop a red nose. His round glasses sat atop a red nose, and his gray hair was combed neatly to the side. When we approached the International Academy of Existential Science, we came with a single goal: discovery of the reason why. A single goal: discover the reason why. We weren't asked to provide an explanation or deduce why the reason why. Our task was to find the part of the universe that determines why we are what we are. Today, I'm happy to announce we have done this. He extended his arm, and another man came into view. This man was tall, with cropped brown hair and a black jacket. He smiled and waved politely at the enthusiastic applause and stood with his hands clasped in front of him as he was introduced. This is Dr. Frederick Williams of the Royal Scientific Conservatory. It was with his assistance and financial backing that we made this breakthrough discovery. The two of them paused as the lights dimmed again and the projector above produced an image. The image was faint and full of static, but its focal point was clear, a single white line extending across the image, fading at both ends. What you're looking at here is a thread, Dr. Carter continued. We've only just started calling them that. We had no idea what they would look like when we started. We were able to get this thread to manifest itself using a series of high energy pulses directed at a tiny piece of osmandium film. This method was borrowed from Dr. Adam Bright. Oh, another mention of that's definitely another mention of an SCP staff member that is pretty popular, and his team in the United States. Well, actually, it might just be it's probably the dad of the Dr. Bright most people are familiar with. Anyway, and his team in the United States who have been working on a similar project in the hopes of eliciting what they're calling tachyons, the fundamental building blocks of time, as it were. We discovered that by turning our equipment just so we were able to make something that shouldn't happen. By tuning our equipment just so we were able to make something that shouldn't happen. The image changed. On the next slide, a nearby structure is seen being pulled dramatically towards the center of the thread. On the next, the thread is gone and the building is crumbled and misshapen. This was what we witnessed. By causing one of these threads to appear for just an instant, one of these elements of the foundation of the universe, and then manipulating it ever so slightly, we increased gravity in the region by nearly 7,000% in an instant. I will say that again. We have manipulated the physical laws of the universe by using a bright light and a rock. The assembly audience applauded again. After a moment, Dr. Carter held up a hand for quiet. The full manifest of our research will be available shortly, as soon as our sister projects have finished their studies. In 3 months' time, we'll present our findings in full to this assembly and take our first steps towards a more knowledgeable future. In the lobby of the auditorium afterwards, Dr. Williams stood speaking to a group of researchers alongside Dr. Carter and his team. 2 men approached him, and one of them stuck out his hand. "Dr. Williams," the man said, Absolutely a pleasure to meet you. Vincent Arians, Oxford. I've been fascinated with your work, truly. The taller man smiled. Mr. Arians, of course. Always nice to meet a fellow alumni. He looked towards the second of the two. And your friend? Aaron Siegel, the man said, following Aaron's handshake with one of his own. Cornell. Dr. Williams' eyes grew slightly wider. The renowned physicist. I dare say I have expected you to make this discovery before we did, Dr. Siegel. Aaron smiled. Unfortunately, our work as of late has taken a different turn. If we were going to solve atomics, we should have done what you did and figured out that you. If we were going to solve atomics, we should have done what you did and figured out the geometry first. Your results have been very impressive. Dr. Williams' eyes were pensive. Yes, Dr. Carter has one. Yes, Dr. Carter has done some exceptional work. It's a shame he's going to be discredited. He really has put so much work into this project. Arians did a double take. Wait, he what? Before either of them could say anything else, they were approached by a dark-eyed woman, slight, with short black hair and a blue dress with long black gloves. She came up behind Dr. Williams and put a hand on his shoulder and whispered in his ear. He nodded. Gentlemen, I'm afraid I'm being called away. He stopped mid-turn. Oh, please forgive me. Mr. Arians, Dr. Siegel, this is Dr. Sophia Light. She's been working closely with Dr. Carter and the rest of our team here in London. The woman smiled softly and nodded. Charmed, I'm sure. Aaron nodded back while Arians continued to process what he had just heard. Williams fiddled with his pocket for a moment and then produced a white card with a three-arrowed emblem on it. This is my card, Dr. Siegel, he said. Have your office call this number here while you're still in the city and we'll arrange a proper meeting. Mr. Arians, you are certainly welcome to join as well. Our organization is on the very precipice of some truly inspiring work, and we're looking for the brightest minds to lead us. He shrugged. Something to think about. Until later, gentlemen. Dr. Williams donned his cap and coat and followed Dr. Light out of the parlor. I'll be right back. I need to get a new glass because this one has legitimately turned, like, you can't see it, but it has turned so dirty from repeated use, so I'll need to get a new one. Like, it's not even funny. I think I should, like, I think there's somehow managed to get fingerprints inside the cup, which, wouldn't be a worry on its own, but there's also, like, dust and stuff at the bottom of the glass, and I'm not too keen on drinking dust, so. Okay, I'm back. So this is the last of the bottle being emptied. This is it. Also that where did it say? I will not back it. William Fiddler has then produced a white card with a 3-arrowed emblem on it. That's the foundation, if case anyone was unaware. That's the foundation logo. Now, a picture of some city. Once upon a time, a man awoke to find he had no money. Once upon a time, a man awoke to find he had no memory of who he was or how he had gotten here. Just gonna start off that way, okay. Olivia had snuck out to the studio's balcony and plucked the pale, slim cigarette out from behind her ear. She was fishing in her pocket for a lighter when she heard the door behind her slide open. You know, those things'll kill you, Anthony Wright said. Anthony Wright did not look like the sort of man who was accustomed to a suit and tie. He wore them as if they were prison fatigues. I should know, he added, showing her a half-empty pack of gum. uh, Anthony, Olivia's slim figure slipped up against him with the grace of a small, elegant knife. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tight. Despite having kicked the habit 5 years ago, the old man still managed to smell like tobacco. Anthony dropped an enormous arm around her and gave her a comforting pat. They ended up leaning against the banister side by side. It wasn't quite morning yet. Below them, the city streets were cast in a tangerine glow. A cool, lethargic breeze drifted past them, carrying the ocean scent. I'm glad you made it, Olivia told him. She finally pulled out her lighter. It was a cheap hunk of neon green plastic she had picked up on the way to the exhibition. After a few swipes of her thumb, it only managed to spit out sparks. Anthony plucked the lighter out of her hand as if he was taking away a dangerous toy. He produced his own. It was an old, tarnished thing made of brass. It had more dents in it than he did, and I wouldn't miss this for the world, lady, even if it is Seattle. Even if it is Seattle. Olivia rolled her eyes. Anthony's lighter produced a flame on the first flick. She dipped her head down to bring the cigarette to the fire's tip. Spare me. I know you think this is all artsy-fartsy crap. Well, alright. Can't say I get the Madonna made out of cottage cheese. Olivia gave him a look. You don't like it? Anthony did a brief double take. Wait, that one's yours? I mean, she grinned. No, I'm kidding. That's one shit. The guy who made it is a hack. She turned back to the city, taking a long drag. When she exhaled, wisps of smoke whirled up from her nostrils and licked the bottom of the balcony overhead. How's Calvin? Doing good. He told me to tell you doing good. He told me to tell you he's sorry he couldn't come, but busy. I know. Fuck, I know. Olivia closed her eyes. There's just so much going on now. Yeah, I don't think any of us really expected. Anthony's voice trailed off. They needed the accountant more than we realized. Once they lost him, they lost all their funding. Everything just started unraveling. Personnel started panicking. Sites started collapsing. Fuck, 2 overseers ended up dead that night. Something tugged at the back of Olivia's mind. Something she was forgetting. How many sites are there left now? Still about 200. We decommissioned Site 173 last week. Nothing in it but corpses and cockroaches. He shook his head. Just ordinary cockroaches. Olivia turned to him. For the first time in a long while, he looked old and tired. The wrinkles in his face were carved deep into his skin. His eyes were surrounded by dark, impenetrable circles. She felt that tug again. How are you holding up? It's funny, Anthony told her, still watching the city. You spend your life fighting demons, putting out fires, thinking this is the hard part. This is the work that needs doing. This is the work that'll kill you. But it's not. His eyes met hers, sweeping up the ashes, putting shit back together again. That's the hard part. She frowned. Talking was harder now. Don't get me wrong. Things are better now. He gave her a weary smile. We don't have to hurt people. We don't have to kill people. We don't have to mutilate children to hold back the nightmares. His eyes drifted back to the city. Olivia closed her eyes. Anthony, I don't know how the hell we did it, but we won. The world's still fucked up. It's still fucked up. When I go to sleep, I still have nightmares, but every night it gets a little better. The nightmares are losing. She reached into her pocket and searched for something, pulling it free. Anyway, fuck. Sorry, I'm just ranting. Listen, Olivia, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Olivia slammed all 4 inches of the sleek, razor-sharp crafting knife into Anthony White's heart. For one instant, the old man's eyes were filled with war confusion and shock. Then, stumbling back, numbly clutching at the hilt, his eyes were filled with nothing at all. I'm sorry, Olivia whispered. She pushed him over the banister's edge, and the world ended. What? Wait, now? And we get another now? I'm guessing that wasn't actually Olivia or something, or maybe she was manipulated somehow. I don't know. There we go. Now, suddenly a voice spoke to the man. Your second wish has been granted. Now for your third and final wish. Up! Come on! Come on! Wake the hell up! Slivers of light squeezed through Olivia's eyelids. She felt a constant buzzing in her ears. Something was tugging at her arms. Wake up! Wake up! She popped her eyes open and immediately regretted it. Sharp, jagged sunbeams rushed into her pupils, forcing her to squint. Olivia squeezed one fist into her left socket and started rubbing away. Where am I? The man stopped shaking her and slumped down into a chair. Fuck. Thank God. Olivia kept rubbing at her eye, letting her vision adjust. She was just laying back on a bed inside. Olivia kept rubbing her eye, letting her vision adjust. She was just laying back on a bed inside of a cheap motel room. The overpowered AC rumbling to her left. Above it, sunlight streamed in past the curtains. The room smelled faintly of coconut oil. Was it all a nightmare? I did feel like it was. Like, everything seemed a bit too perfect. You know? Like, oh, they were going to some art installation. The foundation had fallen, more or less, more than one. It mentioned 2 overseers wound up dying that night, which wouldn't make sense because there's a file for each overseer and they have a thing about their death, so that wouldn't make any sense. Along with the fact that Anthony was a no smoker for like 5 years, that also doesn't make sense because, well, we literally heard about him smoking a big old pipe earlier. Well, I don't remember if it was a pipe or a, what are they called? Not cigarette, a cigar, something like that. Fuck. Thank God. Olivia kept rubbing her eye, letting her vision. She was laying back on a bed inside of a cheap motel. Smelled faintly of coconut oil. Okay, that. Adam was seated beside the bed. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. His laptop was sitting on the nightstand with a pistol laid out next to it. Olivia blinked her way through the grogginess. Adam, how much do you remember? Olivia squeezed her eyebrows together. They grinded like cogs in some. How much do you remember? Olivia squeezed her eyebrows together. They grinded like cogs in some enormous adding machine. She tried to think her way through the events that had led. She tried to think her way through the events that had led her here. The last thing she remembered was, I was having some sort of dream. Anthony was there, but it was years from now. It was all wrong, not real. It felt real, but okay, so this was supposed to be years from now. I see that. Then that all makes all about the foundation, like falling and stuff, make more sense. But I was also at the same time correct about it being a dream. Anthony was there, but it was years from now. It was all wrong, not real. It felt real, but Adam nodded. Something was off, right? Yeah. Olivia closed her eyes and coaxed the dream out from its hiding place in her subconscious. He wasn't smoking, but he had a lighter. We were in Seattle, but we could smell the ocean. And the more I thought about it, I completely missed the part about them being in Seattle and them, but at the same time being able to smell the ocean. And the more I thought about it, the more you realized it was a lie. She nodded and opened her eyes. Adam was focused on his laptop. Ah, a lie. It was all a lie. And they're facing the liar. I see. I think I see where this is going. Adam was focused on his laptop. I don't know how, but somehow I realized the only way out of it was to... Yeah, Adam cut her off. He was he was taking great pains to not make eye contact with her. I know. Adam cut her off. He was taking great pains to not make eye. I know. Olivia frowned, sitting up on the bed. Adam, do you want to talk about... It's fine. It's fine. We're out of it now. He was pulling up a file on the computer. You don't remember how we got here, right? Olivia shook her head. No. Same here. Luckily, I think we planned for this. He double-clicked something. The laptop screen was filled with a still image of Calvin's face. His stoic expression stared out at them. Behind him they could see what looked like an office. Calvin loaded a video on Alexandra, along with instructions to play if we found ourselves not remembering anything about how we got here. Olivia scooted forward to sit on the edge of the bed beside Adam. He clicked play. A window popped over the video requesting 2 passwords. Over one was the name Adam, over the other was the name Olivia. It's encrypted, Olivia asked, frowned. It's encrypted? Olivia asked. She frowned, staring at the screen. I guess. I don't remember. I mean, there's a password I might have used, Adam said, typing something under his name. As soon as he hit enter, his name turned green. He glanced back to her. Olivia bit down on her bottom lip, thinking. Olivia? Something tugged at the back of her mind. Without stopping to think, she snatched Adam's pistol off the night. Without stopping to think, she snatched Adam's pistol off the nightstand and buried 3 rounds directly into his skull. And then the world ended. The dream was trying to trick her into giving up a password. I see. Okay, this is getting confusing. Now I can't even trust anything. I feel like I'm being lied to. The man considered this for a moment, and, seeing no other choice, made his final wish. Allow me to remember all that I have forgotten. Olivia? Olivia opened her eyes. She was laid back on a cot inside of a small, comfortable-looking office. There was a bookcase stuffed full of leather-bound volumes. In front of it, there was a wide, polished desk. Calvin was standing over her. He looked distant. Then, Calvin was standing over her. He looked distant. When didn't he? But his expression carried a hint of concern. Olivia immediately slammed her knee up into his solar plexus. Calvin buckled his solar... What is the solar plexus? Oh, that's the solar plexus. Good to know. Olivia immediately slapped her knee into his solar plexus. Calvin buckled, crouching forward. She rolled off the cot and stumbled towards the desk, fumbling for the hidden latch under one of the drawers. Olivia had been in this office 100 times before. If memory served, there was a hidden space right here. By the time Calvin had managed to catch his breath, Olivia was pointing the pistol straight for his heart. Calvin raised his hands up and took a step back. Olivia, shut up! She narrowed her eyes. Let me think. Calvin said nothing. Something's fucking with my head. I've gone through 2 iterations now. One with Anthony, one with Adam. Each time they were trying to get information from me, she said, talking her way through it. Each time I realized there was something wrong. A detail out of place. Anthony's slider, Adam's computer. He calls it Alexander, not Alexandra. Okay, I missed that. I completely missed that. We're looking for any details out of place. Alexandra. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized Calvin started to lower his hand. Olivia, listen. I said shut up. She snapped back. All right. Each time Each time it all started unraveling once I realized something was wrong. Each time I realized the only way to escape was to... Her breathing quickened. Calvin took another step back. I have to kill you, she whispered. Olivia, just take it easy. Let's talk this through, alright? I have thought this through. Anthony, Adam, now you're just another dream, he pursed her lips. Lie, the liar, you're the fucking liar. Olivia, Calvin's tone took on a building urgency. Please listen to me. You might be right. Someone might be messing with your head, but it's not me. I'm not the liar. Then how the fuck... Her finger curled tighter around the trigger. Just listen, okay? You were helping me with research. You fell asleep in my office. Now you wake up and you've pulled a gun on me. Calvin kept his arms held high. You said these things unraveled when you noticed something wrong. Have you? Olivia scowled. Not yet, but... Her eyes traced their way through the office. It all looked like it was supposed to, unlike the previous 2 dreams. This was all familiar to her. But did that mean... You said it started with a dream about Anthony, then Adam. Think about it. If I were the liar, would I really start with Calvin next? Olivia's breathing slowed. Nothing was out of place. Nothing felt off. But if you were the liar, then you'd maybe have thought that through and be like, oh, she's expecting Calvin. But then by not being not Calvin, I can trick her by saying the liar wouldn't be Calvin and make her trust me. Confusing, I know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but we have to be cautious here, you know? You never know. Olivia scowl. Nothing felt off. Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is a pattern, Calvin told her. I think the liar is trying to trick you into killing me. Her grip on the trigger loosened. You said he was trying to get information from you. What kind of information? With Anthony, I don't know. He said he needed to ask me something. With Adam, it was a password, I think, but a password? Olivia lowered the pistol but kept a firm grip. Yeah, she forced herself to breathe slowly. Okay, okay. Just give me a second, okay? Calvin slowly lowered his hands but kept his distance. All right. But yeah, this doesn't make any sense. You don't know any password that the liar would want. Slowly lowered but kept his distance. All right. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Liar would want. He didn't ask you anything else? He paused and added. He didn't ask you about your copy of the journal, right? You still have it? Olivia shook her head. No, he didn't. Yeah, I still have it. She reached with her free hand to touch the brace of her wrist. The faint, familiar lump was still present. The journal is right here. I knew it. I was like, immediately when he said, asked her about the journal, I was like, it's totally the liar again. The liar smiled. So it is. And then the world ended. Oh, my dog is snoring. And then the world ended. Now, so this was presumably the office couch, and this is some hospital bed, maybe? Funny, the voice laughed, granting the man's final wish. That was the first thing you asked for. Olivia's mouth felt like it was. Oh, I get it. I get the puzzle pieces are falling into place with this thing. The puzzle piece with this like weird thing that's been going on at the start of every bit. He was told suddenly. He woke up not remembering anything. Then he was told by a voice, "Your second wish has been granted. Now for your third and final wish." And then the man considered this for a moment. Seeing no other choice, he made a final wish. Allow me to remember everything that I forgot. So, and then, funny, the voice laughed, granting the man's final wish. That was the first thing you asked for. So his first wish was, I want to remember everything I've forgotten. And then, presumably he did and was haunted by it. So then your immediate reaction would be like, I want to forget everything again. And then he wakes up not remembering anything and is told by this voice, you have one wish remaining. And then of course he wishes to remember everything he's forgotten because he can't remember anything. Olivia's mouth felt like it was coated in a thin layer of dissolving chalk. It left the faint flavor of peppermint lingering on her tongue. She forced her eyes open, then immediately closed them. Bright glaring lights beamed straight into her retina. The throbbing pressure behind her temple intensified. She was in a hospital room somewhere. Olivia didn't even need to look around to know that. She could just feel it. She hated hospitals. Counting backwards from 10, she eased her eyes open and gave them time to adjust. Yep, it was a medical facility, all right. And she was strapped to the bed. Good times. Several pieces of sterile, complicated equipment were placed next to her. Most of them were making beeping noises. She lifted her head as high as the nylon straps allowed, trying to get a lay of the land. A nurse and a doctor laid face down on the floor. Pools of crimson crept out from under them. An older woman in an immaculate white suit was seated nearby. She held a gun, her gaze on Olivia. Olivia blinked. She was wrong. It was a young man with a neon green mohawk. He wore a studded jacket splattered with something wet. In his left hand, he clutched a blood-soaked switchblade. The liar, shape-shifting. I knew it, shape-shifting. He blinked again. It was a person of indeterminable gender. The skin was a deep shade of ochre or gray, with a face full of piercings. They wore several leather straps under what looked like a charcoal binder. Instead of a knife, they held an aluminium baseball bat. It was covered with clumps of hair and meat. He blinked again. A man with teeth like serrated knives and claws that could carve through steel. She blinked again. It was Anthony. She blinked again. It was Adam. She blinked again. It was Calvin. She blinked again. It was the liar. How's that cut feel? Olivia looked down at her wrist. A fresh series of stitches crisscrossed over a recently opened wound. It extended from the base of her palm to nearly the inside of her elbow. A distant memory tugged at the back of her mind. She licked her lips and lied. It doesn't hurt that much. Still, make sure to keep it covered. Antibiotics too. The left side of the liar's mouth twitched upward. They wouldn't have prescribed something for it, but I'm afraid I killed... They would have prescribed something for it, but I'm afraid I killed them before they had the opportunity. Who? Olivia's eyes fell to the figures on the floor. What's going on? Who are they? They worked for me, and we captured you, the liar told her. You were brought to me for processing, to discover what you knew, to determine if you had the journal, or at the very least, if you knew what was in it. Their lips pursed with amusement. You know, after all this time, I had forgotten it ever existed. When the agent who penned it defected and told us what it contained, you'd have thought we might have taken steps to make its contents untrue. But we are nothing if not creatures of habit. Olivia couldn't remember anything after they killed the accountant. The liar must have noticed her confusion. You've been amnesticized several times, actually. Did you know that's my primary function within the Foundation? To maintain the vial? To make sure no one remembers anything they're not supposed to? They tapped the weapon against their thigh, and of course, to replace those gaps with convincing lies. Why am I still alive? Why are we even having this conversation? Because you and your best friends accounted for this. Because you did have the journal, or at least a small piece of it. A subdermal flash drive located under your wrist. I don't understand. The liar smiled. Although Olivia could no longer recognize their features, she could still make out the wariness in their face. Not all cognito hazards are anomalous. The code phrase flashed through Olivia's mind. It was as if she had just found the piece of a puzzle she hadn't even realized she was solving. An image surged into her memories. She now remembered everything. You used to be one of us, she whispered. You used to be part of the insurgency. You were part of the third Delta. I've heard Anthony talk about you. Sam Beale. They always talked about how you were tortured by the Foundation for weeks for your secrets and never gave up a word. I don't understand. So Olivia has a what's it called? I have an itch on my back. It's annoying. Sleeper agent, I believe, is what she just went through, right? I don't. Liar closed their eyes and nodded. That's true, but I didn't give up my memories because there were no. That's true, but I didn't give up my memories because there were no memories to give up. They sighed. I was deployed to locate an anomaly in the Bengal Sea. A ship capsized in a storm and I was dragged into the ocean when my leg got caught in some netting. I drifted in the darkness where the I drifted in the darkness where the eyes I drifted in the darkness where the eyes are empty and sunk into the void. Weird. They found me months later, and the Foundation recognized who I was, what I could do. They gave me to Green, that witch, and she gave me a new identity, a lie to believe in. They opened their eyes and rose to their feet, approaching Olivia. Your friend Calvin found out from the journal, no doubt. That clever boy. Your copy only had that entry in it. The entry containing my name. Seeing it for the first time in so many years, it was like coming up from under water after so long. The liar began unbinding Olivia's limbs. I've cleared a path to the front entrance. It will be open for another 10 minutes. Once you're out, you'll find a grey van in the parking lot. The doors are unlocked, the keys are in the glove compartment. You'll find instructions, a map, and a flash drive. A flash drive? Olivia sat up, feeling her extremities tingle with the sudden surge of blood. Her forearm pulsed with pain. It contains crucial data, including the location of your next target, the archivist. The liar stepped back. Out of all of us, she may be the furthest gone. Tell your friends to be careful. Olivia nodded, swinging her legs around. She sank to the floor. What about you? What about me? The liar asked. And then they laughed. I'm not faultless in this. I may have forgotten my purpose, but it was still me in there making those decisions, doing the things I did. There's nothing left for me out there. If the Foundation doesn't kill me immediately, I'll spend the rest of my life running from them because of what I know. I'm not about to run from the truth. The truth has set me free. They sank back into their chair, laying their weapon across their lap. Move fast. Your window is closing. Olivia reached out to touch the liar's hand. They did not look up. Turning to go, she spared one last look at them. For a moment, she thought she might have recognized the face. Then she made her way out into the hall and toward the exit. It wasn't until she reached the stairwell she heard that single lonely shot. Ooh, so they got this person on their side. That pretty cool. And I'll read this and then I'll end stream because it's been long. The 11th Overseer. 05-11 is one of the most interesting personalities on the council, as they don't appear to have any defined personality at all. The 11th overseer is often called the Liar, a name given to them due to the nature of their work. They are the individual in charge of maintaining the Foundation's deceit operations. Those departments dedicated towards convincing the world at large that the neither foundation that there I think it's supposed to be larger, that neither the Foundation nor the monsters in her care exist. However, the exact nature of 05-11 is still a mystery. At times, it seems as if the position has been filled by many different people simultaneously. At times, it seems as if the position has been filled by many different people simultaneously. The reason for this seemed at first unclear. However, documents recovered from several early council meetings indicated that the overseer was a single person, and who that person was surprised even me. According to those documents, the individual known as 05-11 is actually an acutely powerful polymorph, one capable of changing their identity from one to another at will. This allows them to act with discretion in situations where it would be advantageous that they This allows them to act with discretion in situations where it would be advantageous that they not be identified. This allows them to act with discretion. Furthermore, the name that appears on the official record from that first meeting is none other than Sam Beale, a former insurgency agent who was presumed killed after a shipping accident off the coast of Bangladesh. Now, this struck me as peculiar indeed. Why would an agent of the insurgency, an organization known for its policy of suicide over capture against any odds, be sitting on the council of the SCP Foundation? The more I began digging, the stranger the story became. My sources in the area described an incident where a fisherman reported a ship being pulled from the bottom of the sea, and the men were covering the ship, finding a person on board alive despite being underwater for days, if not weeks. The report indicates that the Foundation quickly moved in to apprehend the subject, who was not seen again afterwards. 05-11 simply appeared on the council afterwards, with no explanation. And I'm assuming that's the ship that was pulled up. The story continued to perplex me. It was not until I recovered a recording of a meeting between a junior chairman of the ethics committee and the Site 305 director that the truth began to come into focus. According to those men, the overseer was frequently meeting with the overseer known as Green, and the subjects of the meeting. The overseer was frequently meeting with the overseer known as Green, and the subjects of the meeting was the recovery of 05-11's identity. However, despite their best efforts, it seems that they were unable to recreate the identity of Sam Beale, but were able to create an abundance of other identities, each aware of and cooperative with each other. And then a breakthrough. By nothing more than chance, I stumbled across a newspaper clipping from a Guatemalan city where one of the known aliases of 05-11 had been involved in an incident involving the death of a local politician. There were several witnesses to the crime. However, none of the individuals present seemed to be able to recall any details of the event. This was, I thought, remarkable, as amnestic technology that advanced had not yet been discovered, and I worried that we were seeing a breakthrough in the Foundation capabilities. However, that was not the case. Other recovered documents indicate that they were still working on the compound that would eventually lead to the modern A-class amnestic at the time this incident took place. Instead, it was now believed that the reason the witnesses were unable to recall what had happened is the overseer itself, which apparently can exhibit an anomalous amnestic property at will. This, at the time, was nothing short of revolutionary. Over time, eventually after the discovery of the compound, the Foundation calls Y-909 the overseer's active influence in disinformation campaigns began to wane. However, their involvement in organizing those campaigns increased considerably. The Foundation had a department of overseas active influence in disinformation campaigns began to wane. However, their involvement in organizing those campaigns increased considerably. The Foundation had a department of disinformation, but the 11th Overseer completely revitalized the field and created the Department of Public Awareness and Perception Management, with themselves at the head. I am left though with the lingering doubt about the nature of Sam Beale's involvement in this case. While it is possible that the inclusion of the name on that first report was simply a mistake or some kind of mocking jab at the insurgency, who would later go on to claim that Sam was captured and tortured by the Foundation despite evidence to the contrary. This seems like an outcome without purpose, especially considering the great lengths that I or anyone else would have had to go through to get their hands on that document. So I am left with this thought. Perhaps it is indeed coincidence, or perhaps the person that pulled from the waters of, or perhaps the person that I think it's meant to say that was, or perhaps the person that was pulled from the waters of the Bengal Sea was Sam Beale, and they had lost any memory of themselves in those dark waters for the next long time they were down there. Perhaps in becoming the 11th Overseer, they lost the person they had been, and despite the Foundation's efforts to recover that person and learn what they could from them about the insurgency, they were unable to bring them back from the dark. And maybe the blank slate that remained when the thing that had been Sam Beale was the perfect vessel for variety of personalities and abilities, all of which collectively culminated into the identity of the 11th Overseer, who by the time the Foundation realized had assumed command of one of their most powerful departments, had made them all forget they had ever not been there. And I'm presuming this is a picture of how Sam Beale looked originally. Also, signature. Oh, my throat is so dry. I feel so hoarse. I'm so glad this is kind of over. I retained the S tier thing. Guys, 3 times. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it end here, but I will raid someone. Because I can, and because it seems appropriate. But I first have to find them. Oh. Whoops. Seems like there's no one to raid, actually. So I'll just, like, end it here. I took so long to read it. Like, last time I checked, there was a ton of people still live, but now none of them are. So I guess I was too slow. Anyway, I hope everyone here that was here had a great time. Anyone who might be viewing the board, hope you I'm glad you made it to the end. This was great. Even if it was a very long stream and a lot of reading, I enjoyed this. And I hope everyone else did too. I'll hopefully finish this SCP next time I do a stream like this. So be ready for that. And as always,